today start the program of the event Investing and Doing Business in Brazil, an event that is hosted here by Gatehouse Chambers. Gatehouse that not only is our host here today, but did a tremendous job to make this happen, and I really much appreciate that, Federico. Our task today is to share with you some experiences about Brazilian investments and to show that Brazil has done its homework in the last decades in order to create a very safe environment for people who intend to invest there. The idea of this first panel is to share some of what some people are doing there in terms of investment, especially in the areas of technology and energy. Green energy, that is something that Brazil is striving to change its image in the world. We do have we worry a lot about the protection of the environment while trying to give the world some food security. So the idea today is that to show you those experiences. And for that, I have two gentlemen that are going to share those experiences with you. The first one is a friend, Mr. Joaquin Lima, but unfortunately couldn't make it in presence today. So Joaquin is going to join us from Brazil. And Joaquin is a partner at Riverwood Capital. Riverwood Capital is a private equity fund based in California, and that has a lot of investments in Latin America, especially in Brazil. And he joined Riverwood in 2001. He was an investment officer with the International Financial Corporation before that, which is the private investment firm from World Bank Group, where he focused in the technology industry and other sectors in Latin America. Prior to that, Joaquin was an M&A corporate development and IR executive with Brasil Telecom and worked in banking at Citigroup in Brazil. Joaquin holds an MSc in finance from the City University of London, where he was a Chevening Scholar. So, Joaquin, if he's online, he can start, please.
Thank you, Napoleon, for having me. It's a pleasure to be.
Some echo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now yes.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me, Napoleon, and it's a pleasure to be with you and talk a little bit about what we've been doing at Riverwood in Brazil when it comes to high growth technology investments.
So, Joaquin, would you like to share with us what is Riverwood's strategy in Brazil and what were your experiences there?
Sure. Are you guys able to see my slide or
yes.
No? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll go a little bit over some of these. I'll talk a little bit first about Riverwood. So we started Riverwood in 2008. We've already made 65 investments to date, of them in Brazil and Latin America. We focus on companies that are really at an inflection point for accelerated growth and that are really backed and driven by like really strong technology adoption trends. And Brazil and Latin America has been a pretty meaningful space or geography for us to find those opportunities. We typically do checks below $100 million. And we have $5.5 billion in dollars of assets under management. And what we typically look in Brazil and in the technology companies that we focus on is some of these 5 criteria of a target investment in Brazil, and I'll go over some of the trends that we see that are more relevant for Brazil versus the U.S. and other developed markets. A riverwood investment is typically a high growth investment, so it's a company that is growing very fast and that is benefiting from a clear tech adoption trend across business cycles, meaning business models that are pretty resilient depending on macro, elections, and any commodity prices. So those are businesses that are pretty resilient. Second, those are usually leading companies or emerging leaders with a clear competitive position and differentiation within their sector. And the opportunities for us is to really partner with them and continue on building on and expanding that strategic value. Those businesses are usually proven, meaning that they're not startups, they're scale-ups in the sense that they are profitable and that they have strong unit economics. And they're also mid-sized, so they're not small, but they're rather companies that are in the tens of millions of dollars of revenue and with a large market in order to scale to hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue or more. We typically partner with founders and management teams that value like an active collaboration with investors like ourselves that are experts in scalability. This is some of the numbers. Typically, our companies have grown more than 40% a year since we, across the 65 companies we invested. Those are growth rates in dollars. The typical entry revenue is $56 million. We've had 37% IRR returns across 34 full and partial exits in these last 12 years. And I think some of the value proposition that we bring to the companies is the fact that we have a sole focus on accelerating profitable growth for them, meaning that we deliver this combination of expertise in operations, product, and investing. And we offer that playbook for those mid-sized proven technology companies in a very concentrated manner. And for our investors in the fund, we really look for high tech companies, targeting usually a large inefficient market. Brazil is, to us, a market that has those characteristics and that have attractive long-term return over cycles of business. So, as I said, we've been active since 2008. We've invested almost $1 billion in that period of time, 26 investments. We only lost money in one throughout all these years. We've been very much focused on, even though we invest across the technology spectrum, we've been doing a lot of software and enterprise platforms, which are basically the digitalization of work, banking, financial services, marketing automation, education, e-commerce, HR, logistics. So there's a lot of themes within technology that are going through this rapid digitalization. And in Brazil and Latin America, we have this benefit of kind of understanding what's happening in developed markets such as the UK, Europe, the US, and Asia, and tropicalize that from an investing lens. What are those winners that in Brazil will emerge as high growth companies that are going to be enduring? This is what we offer to them. So we have a growing ecosystem, a concentrated portfolio. We're business builders. We're not just financial investors. And we really focus on how to scale those businesses. Those are some of the kind of interesting secular adoption trends that we see in Brazil and Latin America. They are similar to what we see in the US. There's a lag in terms of what happens. That gap has shrinked over time because everything is going faster. I think COVID was clearly an event that made all of these trends accelerate in some cases, and so and some of these companies and teams accelerate in terms of growth and the opportunity set. And growth is actually the way we look for in every single investment that we do in Brazil and in the region. Across funds, we are now entering our 4th generation of funds, and you can see that companies have been picking up growth over time, and the average weighted growth for revenue growth for the portfolio of our portfolio has been increasing over time. And this is in spite of elections, impeachments, and FX devaluation, which means that Latin America and Brazil for us is a very attractive region and country to put our dollars. And again, these technology leaders, they create value across macro and FX volatility. On the left, you have DOC, which is a company that I chair the board. Brazil went through one of its worst 15 and 16. In spite of that, the company was able to grow not only in local currency, but as well in US dollars across the cycle. Same thing with Navent across Latin America. We've gone through a recession in Brazil, in Argentina. In spite of that, this is a real estate digital classifieds business that was recently sold to Quinto, which is a large unicorn from the region. And in spite of that, it was able to grow significantly over time. This is just some illustrative performance of the funds. We've been getting better at what we do. The first generation of funds, we yielded 25% gross IRRs, net IRRs, 49 second generation funds, and now we're at 68. So again, very strong returns for a growth equity strategy in the region. And I think one of the most important aspects that was always a question on when we're investing in either in technology or other sectors was the ability to exit. And I think we've proven over the years that we've been able to exit companies, meaning taking them public through listings in New York, São Paulo, as well as garner significant strategic interest from strategic players as well as financial sponsors that have either an interest in Brazil or an interest in entering Brazil through acquisitions. Again, over this 12-year period, the hypothesis that Latin America and Brazil was an important hotspot for technology opportunity and value creation was proven. We've invested, grown, and monetized those businesses, showing a strong history of exits across different segments of the technology spectrum. And again, the opportunity of exits have completely changed in the sense that now there's a lot more players at the table when looking at Brazil and Latin American businesses, as long as they have scale and they have world-class management teams. So the opportunity set of exits have been expanded through strategic Latin buyers, US buyers, Asian and European buyers, private equity or private unicorns buyers, US IPOs and large investors that have over the years provided liquidity to some of these investments that we made in those private companies. And I think why is that so relevant for because it's really based on data. The technology opportunity in Latin America, when we were looking at Start the Firm, this is a Silicon Valley growth equity firm that is US based in Silicon Valley, but as a group, the collective saw that Latin America had these kind of characteristics that were not as much as large as China, but the trends and the adoption of a lot of both technology on the consumer side as well as on the enterprise side was really relevant. Meaning, Latin Americans and Brazilians, they're becoming really digitally native. They're increasingly adapt to smartphones, and even when compared to the disposable income, they spend a lot of time using the internet as well as apps and buying online. So, Brazil has the largest user base for Instagram. It's an important market for platforms such as Spotify and others. And that has a trickle down effect into a lot of sectors that, that drive in dollars, investment dollars for over the years. So, increasingly like Latin America, Brazilian companies and Latin American companies are investing, making investment. And, we see this trending continue across IT services, software, infrastructure as a service in a relevant way, from 2022 and beyond. And, these companies are, if you look at the parallels of China and the US, some of the most valuable companies in the United States and China are tech companies, and Latin America and Brazil is catching up. This is pretty clear over the years. In the US, you have the leadership of Amazon, which has half of the market of e-commerce, and Brazil and Latin America, you have this combination of players that are not, Amazon is present, but local players that are strong have been, capturing and monetizing that e-commerce growth. And that is really, as I said, the trickle down in every single sector, from financial service to talent acquisition and education and upskilling, to retail, e-commerce, as well as small and medium business productivity through digitalization of tools for CFOs, for companies, and other sectors. And those companies are actually becoming tech leaders. We've invested in two companies that were initially based in Brazil, that eventually became global, and are now, world class when it comes to their platforms, as supported by industry experts like IDC and Forrester. Most importantly, now investors are catching up. The technology investments in Latin America grew over 65-fold in the past decade, mainly driven by venture capital and selected high momentum companies that drew a lot of investor interest. For instance, last year, the 10 largest capital raises represented 50% of the investments in the region, meaning there's a lot of activity on the early stage and mid stage, but because investors from the US, Europe, and Asia are far away, they tend to late stage investment companies. But again, the overall aggregate number of investments and private investments in the region for tech companies have really skyrocketed. And investors have tapped up in the different subsectors, from fintech to super apps to prop tech, logistics, digital security. And we went from 4 unicorns in 2018 to now over 25 unicorns. I think the last count we're at 25. And in spite of that, we still believe that it's just the beginning. When you look at invested capital in private technology companies by region, and the amounts, what those amounts in Latin America represent compared to other geographies, and what is the dry powder of fund managers and investors like ourselves, it's just really a very small compared to the US, Western Europe, China, India, and other regions. So we see continued interest. I think entrepreneurs have improved their ability to scale businesses over time. Increasingly young professionals and university graduates, they want to work in the real economy, work in tech, and have a high impact journey in scaling those businesses. And some perspectives for 2022 and beyond, I think we'll see is Latin America and Brazil experiencing, this is an election year in Brazil, in spite of some of the progress that the Brazilian government has made on the fiscal as well as monetary side. We believe this year, and I think we've been seeing that already with the increasing interest rates globally as well as in Brazil, macro, social, and some political volatility. And I think some differences will happen in country in Latin America. In Brazil specifically, it's an election year. We're going to see a lot of noise from the political standpoint. and some correction that is already being felt by private company and technology companies in general, given that we reached probably a peak in tech investing in Brazil, Latin America, and globally last year. I think global inflation and interest rates will make investors more cautious, and companies will be more mindful of how much cash they have to burn and scale their businesses. And that will have an impact in public markets, with corrections and less maybe risk taking in the short term. But long term, I'm very positive on what Brazil and Latin American economies and capital flows will represent. We remain committed to the region and to Brazil. We will continue to invest. I think some of the best years that we've been investing in the last 12 years were election years, because those secular technology adoption trends will continue. It's and capital flows into early stage and to tackle those inefficiencies will continue for private technology companies, meaning that there's going to be a growing pool of opportunities for us to build on and invest. And I think that's it from me.
Okay, thank you very much, Joaquin. You mentioned in your presentation that one of the main points of your business is the ability to get in a company and then to exit. Have you ever faced any difficulties in terms of the legal environment or anything different from your experiences in other countries from the world, around the world?
No, I think as we are global investors, each country has its idiosyncrasies. I think Brazil has the business environment and the legal framework for private investments through private funds, what's called FIPs, which is investment funds that are private funds, as well as the ability for global investors to invest in private companies is already pretty established and solid. I think we've never faced any difficulty with international buyers or interested parties when looking at those businesses. It was never we find a way. Of course, you got to educate investors and strategics around what is the tax system, what it implicates, and of course that has if the buyer or the investor is not a regular Brazilian investor in the sense that it's a new geography for him, it's something that they need to educate. But Brazil has, these firms, these corporations, they will seek counsel, local counsel, and they become comfortable with the legal framework for acquiring businesses and owning businesses in Brazil. Of course, in Brazil, you have a culture, some culture of litigation, but it's something that each geography has its own pros and cons. But Brazil, as you scale a business, and I think investors and corporations they weigh in that aspect of their business, and they decide to be present in the region or not, in the country or not.
Great, thank you, Joaquin. I will now move to Mr. Luis Piavelyn's presentation, and in the end of this panel, I will save some time for you to make any questions that you may have. So now we move to Mr. Luis Piavelyn, which is here in my side. Luis, he is an investor in the clean energy sector in Brazil. He is a partner in H2, which is a company that invests in green hydrogen. And he's here to share his experience with this with us. Mr. Luis, please.
Thank you very much, Napoleon. Thank you. It's a big honor for me to be here today to speak and to share some ideas and what's going on. But first of all, I'd like to thank you very much, Gatehouse Chambers, CR, Mr. Frederico, Mr. Cesar, for the invitation to talk a little bit about this new game. And I would like to salute all the colleagues, but first of all, the Excellency Minister from the Superior Court in Brazil, Ricardo Cuevas. Thank you so much your time to listen to this new game that we are playing. Okay. In 1900, we had a beginning of a very big change in a revolution in energy in the world. We used to have horse, so you can see a picture from the Fifth Avenue in New York, where you only could find one car, which was moved by combustion. 13 years later, that changed completely. The same picture, the same place, in horse to cars. So what is next? We are already facing that. What we have today from this revolution of combustion of fossil fuel. That was done by NASA. This graphic, it shows what we are living in our world today. So that is decrease of temperature year by year. And nothing was done. In the past 100 years. So how we can change that? And surprising, the old continent of Europe decided to change. Some remarks, that's very important. Or we do something, or we'll be toasted. So that's the situation that we are facing. So we comes to hydrogen, green hydrogen. Hydrogen has been produced from dirty source for more than 100 years. Now we come to produce it from a renewable source. From where? Here, from water. Here there is a lot of hydrogen. This site here in France, just across the channel, is the first site to produce green hydrogen using energy from wind turbines. It takes that energy, applies to the water, and splits the atoms of hydrogen and the atoms of oxygen. So the molecules of water is H2O. So we have what? We have two atoms of hydrogen and one of oxygen. In our lessons from our chemistry class in school, we learned to do electrolysis. That's the process. But why didn't we do that before? Because the cost of renewable energy were too high, but now it is not. The reality changed. So why not to use that? So as I mentioned, 1 kilo of water, which is almost 1 liter, we have 111 grams of hydrogen and 889 grams of oxygen, and which is equivalent to 3.7 kilowatts of hour of energy inside of 1 liter of water. So how do we produce that? Now we take the water. If it is salty water from the sea, we desalinize, we remove the salt, we remove the minerals, and we have mineralized water that we put inside of this equipment. It's called electrolyzer. And we use the sun or the wind to generate electricity to apply to that water and to separate the atoms of hydrogen and oxygen. In this process, I have 3 products: hydrogen, oxygen, and heat, which I can use in different applications. Today, the hydrogen produced all over the world most of them come from fossil fuel. Only 4% is renewable. It's green. It comes from wind, solar, or hydro plants. The rest, 96%, comes from very dirty source, which will change in the next 28 years. Here, just to give you a very brief and quick description about the hydrogens that are being produced. Depends on the routes that you choose. You have the gray, that you use a process that we call SMR, which is steam methane reform. But you have to use methane or coal to produce that. It's very dirty. You have the blue, where you capture the CO2 in the process and you use it to storage or using other application. And you have the green. That's the hydrogen that the world is demanding. The green hydrogen that I use by producing the hydrogen by applying the energy, renewable energy to the water and getting this green hydrogen to be applied in several sectors of our economy. Today, Europe decided to change. The decarbonization goal that Europe chose is by 2050 to reduce and in order to meet the Paris Agreement. In order to do that, Europe itself, only Europe, will need to install 3,350 gigawatts of renewable generation inside of Europe and outside of Europe. And unfortunately, Europe only will be able to produce 20% of that renewable energy. And where Europe will get this other 80%, that's what we're going to see. And it's very important that to produce green hydrogen competitive, you have to have a very big, large scale of production of renewable energy at a low cost. So 65% of the cost of the production of hydrogen, the LCOH, depends on the LCOE, which is the cost of production of energy. So we have to have energy in a very large and cheap in order to be able to produce the green hydrogen. Here it's some examples in terms of cost and factor capacity in production of wind, for instance, in Brazil. We can come up producing green hydrogen at a level of $4 per kilo, which is a very competitive. But the goal is to reach below that. And that needs to be reached by 2030. And the goal is to produce the green hydrogen outside of Europe and inside of Europe below €2 per kilo. And that will be possible if we're going to go for very large scale projects. Just you to understand the size that we just talked in the last slide, that Europe will need 3,350 gigawatts of renewable generation in the next 28 years. That means that we have to install it 117 gigawatts of renewable energy every year in the next 28 years. Brazil itself today, with all the source of energy, they have a installed capacity of only 200 gigawatts. So it's would be like 18 more times that the size of the energy production in Brazil that only Europe will need to install it by 2050. So where we can, Europe is looking to Spain, Portugal, north of Africa, Morocco, maybe Angola, depending, of course, the political situation, and of course Brazil. Brazil can and have an enormous and a huge opportunity to be one of the biggest green hydrogen producers in the world. Brazil can, in the next 28 years, produce at least 6% of the green hydrogen that will be needed in Europe. Where? In Brazil. Most of them will be in the coastline of Brazil. Most of them in the state of Ceará, in the state of Rio Grande do Norte, where they have the biggest wind and solar capacity in our country for solar and wind generation. So this is the map from IBAMA. And these are areas that are being in license process and it will be auctioned to private investors like Shell, like Care, like many European companies that are already taking position in terms of renewable generation. So that will be a very big opportunity. Today we have already 117 gigawatts of project that can be deployed in Brazil, wind, floating, offshore projects. It's a huge. Today in Brazil, we only have 17 gigawatts of wind generation. So we would need to do 117 in 28 years. Brazil, in order to build 200 gigawatts, it took 100 years. So if Brazil wants to play this game of green hydrogen, they will need to build at least 200 gigawatts, double the size of it in 28 years. So that is possible to happen? Yes. It happened in 1900, in 13 years. Another situation in Brazil that can be a huge opportunity to produce renewable energy is using and applying floating PV at the lakes of the hydroelectric plants in Brazil. If we use 8%, only 8% of the surface of those reservoirs in the hydroelectric plants in Brazil, we can install it all over the country, 452 gigawatts of renewable energy in a very large scale in the distributed way, bringing investment, bringing technology, and creating many important jobs in our country. Here, just an example of a very important Brazilian generator company. Chess belongs to Electrolysis. Chess owns 10 hydroelectric plants in Brazil. If I take only hydroelectric plants from Chess, these 10, Chess took 70 years to build 15 gigawatts of hydroelectric plants in the northeast of Brazil. If I use 10% of that surface of those reservoirs, I can add 52 gigawatts of solar floating projects there. 3 times what Chess did it in 70 years. I can do in 10 years. So that's the potential of Brazil in terms of renewable. Yeah? But all of that is not so important if we cannot transport that energy. Because green hydrogen, indeed, it's a new vector, a new carrier of energy. And how can I transport it? There are today 3 ways that are being developed. The first way is to transport the hydrogen in form of ammonia. You can transport hydrogen in form of ammonia and crack down at the destination and extract, again, the green hydrogen back. But it is not the most cost-efficient process. And I have the 2 other ways that are currently being developed to transport the hydrogen in a compressed way and in the liquefied way. But when you liquefy the hydrogen, you spend a lot of energy because I have to reduce the temperature of the hydrogen to minus 252 degrees. It's a lot of cost intensive. So probably the best way to transport, depending on the distance, will be in a compressed way. And that will be possible technically and commercially within 3 years from now. There is a very interesting company from Australia that is developing this vessel at the bottom of this slide. This is a vessel that will transport 2,000 of compressed hydrogen at 200 bars. And that vessel will be commercially in operation by 2025, 2026. And that it's very, very competitive, up to 4,000 nautical miles to transport. It will be more cost efficient to transport hydrogen compressed than liquefied or in form of ammonia. That's an example that they did it in the case of producing hydrogen in Australia and transport and ship it to Japan. Japan, along with Europe, is taking the lead on this green hydrogen industry. So that's the revolution in the energy sector that is taking place all over the world right now. That's not the future, that's the present. So to finalize, I like to state that's very funny. The age of stone did not finish because the lack of stone. To produce things in a better way, in a more efficient. So probably that's what's going to happen with the oil industry. It will not, it will not finish, but we won't need it within 20, 25, 30 years from now, as we did it today. So be prepared. I think Brazil has a huge opportunity. It's a matter of to jump into this opportunity and go on. I'm sorry. So it's a matter of jumping into this opportunity and invest in Brazil. There are many places in the world that can offer the wind, the solar irradiation, and the political environment that will welcome investment in renewable energy. So hopefully you'll be able, we will be able to take this opportunity and to really to develop it and to accomplish what we are looking for in the next 28 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. It was a very interesting presentation to show a little bit how Brazil is really striving to change the idea we do not care about environment. And this is one of the main preoccupations from BIFx Brazil, which is one of the supporters of our event today. So I also want to thank Mr. Lucas Fiuza, who is here from BIFx Brazil. This event actually started from an idea from BIFx Brazil. BIFx Brazil has been doing that for decades, spreading the word that Brazil is a safe place. So I really think that this kind of presentation helps a lot that. Let me pose you a question. Do you believe that there is any other country, you are actually Brazilian, but you live in Portugal. Do you believe that there is any other country that collects all those possibilities, either in the environmental point of view, I mean, a lot of solar energy, a lot of water, and also a good environment in terms of legal safety than Brazil that you imagine in the world right now in order to invest in green energy?
Australia, maybe depending of the political situation, north of Africa, Marrocos, Europe is looking to Marrocos, Brazil, Chile. Chile is developing a lot the green hydrogen industry. Of course, US, it's also a big player in green hydrogen already. And the south of Europe, Portugal and Spain. The other place, for instance, Germany. Germany will be able to produce 18% of the green hydrogen that they need. So as the Netherlands, the same. France, the same. Because the radiation, the wind are not so big. Here in the channel, in the North Sea, they will be very big projects of producing green hydrogen from wind, offshore wind, and they will produce even the green hydrogen in those platforms and pump into pipes, new pipes that are being built now from 500 kilometers in the ocean into the shore of Germany and the Netherlands.
But do you believe that those countries are going to be able to produce all the green energy they need here? Do you believe that they will need to import this from countries such as far as Brazil and Chile, for example, or Australia? Do you believe that this is going to actually happen, to need to bring energy from those places so far away?
Yes, yes. It will happen, but if we can get large-scale projects, then you can reduce the capex of those investments of the production plants and the cost of the transportation. Because when I'm talking about the cost of transportation, of course, depends on the distance and how you're going to transport. It can double the cost of the hydrogen. But there is no way that Europe can produce more than 20% of the renewable energy and the green hydrogen that they will need until 2050 inside of Europe.
Good.
So that's a big opportunity for Brazil. Big opportunity.
Okay. Question, Cesar, please.
Thank you, Luis. My question is about infrastructure. You mentioned that Ceará and Rio Grande do Norte would be the key places in Brazil, and you obviously that energy stored in hydrogen would have to be exported probably by sea, right? And so does that, in your view, does that require infrastructural changes in those areas of Brazil? For instance, do we need dedicated ports that will be able to handle that type of vessel, or is that a simple adjustment? How do you see that from the point of view of infrastructure? Another option could be maybe having pipelines bringing. Thank you. Sorry. Another option could be having pipelines from those areas coming into other areas of Brazil where there could be more adequate port system. So I don't know if you have thoughts about that aspect, but what do you think in terms, or would that be a new opportunity also, infrastructure for those projects?
No, actually, let's talk about two markets now in Brazil. Now we have the domestic market for supplying green hydrogen and the international market, the export. Okay, the domestic market, we will also need a lot of new pipes to transport exclusively hydrogen. What Europe did it first? Okay, let's produce green hydrogen, let's blend it with the natural gas to decarbonize the natural gas and reduce the dependency of the gas from Russia. In Brazil, let's do that too. Let's promote the green hydrogen in the domestic market. Let's blend it with the natural gas, reduce the CO2 emission of the natural gas inside. And there are already companies doing that. For instance, Yara Fertilizante has a factory in São Paulo. They announced that they will produce green ammonia, producing green hydrogen from biomethane, from sugarcane. So you need to build inside. Instead of Brazil building new pipelines to transport natural gas, they should have started building new pipelines to transport the hydrogen the next 5 years. So that will be plenty of opportunities inside of Brazil, not only for pipelines to be built, also for transmission lines. Because electrolyzer is a very big equipment that demands a lot of energy. Or I produce that energy close to my plant, my electrolyzers plant, or I have to transport that energy. And it's a lot better to transport the molecule than instead of transporting the electron. It's 12 times better and more efficient to transport the molecule. So it's better to generate the electricity here, to produce the green hydrogen here, and to transport the green hydrogen in a pipeline instead of transporting the electricity through the transmission lines. But there will be plenty of opportunities for new transmission line. The government just announced that in 2023, next year, they will auction more than 50 billion reais in transmission lines in Brazil. That was announced yesterday. There will be this a huge auction for new transmission lines in Brazil. Now, and that's not looking yet into the hydrogen industry. But coming to the exportation point of view, that will depend on how to design your project. You can produce the energy offshore. You can take the sea water, remove the salt, produce the hydrogen just below the wind turbine, compress that, and have a vessel just waiting to be loaded with that compressed hydrogen to be shipped to Europe. That's a concept of a project. But there is another concept. I can have several projects together, and I can build a pipeline under the sea and transport that hydrogen to a port for other applications. Not only to transport the green hydrogen in gas, but I can transform the green hydrogen into green ammonia, into for aviation. I can produce even renewable gasoline by capturing CO2 and mixing with the green hydrogen. So there are plenty of new business that are being created with this new capability, new industry. So there will be several and very big opportunities in terms of transmission line, pipelines for hydrogen, for export project, and also for domestic market projects in Brazil. I would say in the next 5 to 10 years. But we needed to start it now. Today, if I want to place an order to buy an electrolyzer, I have to wait at least now 1 year in order to get one electrolyzer.
Great, thank you. Any more questions for Mr. Joaquim Lima or for Mr. Luis Piavelyn? No more? Well, so with that, we end our first panel here in Gatehouse, and I invite you to join a coffee break that is kindly offered by Gatehouse as well.
5 or 10 minutes, guys, and then come back in.
Ah, yeah? Okay. I thought we had time.
It's a great pleasure to be here today with all of you. I would like to thank you, CIARB and Gatehouse, for the invitation for me to moderate this panel. My name is Fátima Bonassa. I'm fellow of CIARB, lawyer and mediator. And I have the honor to moderate this panel about the arbitration with public government entities. And I would like to start, before giving the floor to our panelists, I would like to introduce Luiz Henrique Pereira. He is associate member at CIARB, lawyer at Leonora Coelho Advogados, acting in commercial arbitration, coordinator of the Center for Permanent Studies in Arbitration of São Bernardo do Campos Law School, and member of various Brazilian younger arbitration practitioners groups, and he is also an active member of the CIARB Brazil Younger Members Group. And he is presenting a brief introduction of the Brazilian arbitration system, and thereafter we are going to discuss how the government in Brazil is using arbitration to solve disputes, and the importance of this method, given that Brazil is a signatory of the Washington Convention. Therefore, we use arbitration to solve investment disputes as well, but commercial arbitration. And we are going to discuss here the peculiarities of this system that is used in Brazil, different from the other countries who are part of Washington Convention. So please, Luiz Henrique, go ahead.
Thank you. I just asked, that's my presentation. So thank you, Fátima, for your kind introduction, and also warm greetings to all the authorities and colleagues that are here today. First of all, it's truly a pleasure to be here representing the youngest generation of arbitration practitioners in Brazil. And I could not be more grateful to CIARB Brazil branch and Apex Brazil for having me here in this remarkable event with so many outstanding professionals and personal references for myself. So my mission here is quite simple, actually, because the numbers of Brazilian arbitration speaks for themselves. And my intention is to show you a quick overview on the market and on the history of arbitration, that, which will help you to understand better the other panelists that will speak after me. So that's a quick summary about what we're going to discuss in the next minute. So we're going to analyze some milestones on the history of arbitration in Brazil, and after we're going to analyze some statistics about the market and its international perspectives, and finally we're going to draw some conclusions regarding those two main topics. Starting with the history, I prepared this quick and objective timeline. Has the first milestone, which is the enactment of the Brazilian Arbitration Act in 1996. And it's important to mention that even though arbitration was superficially mentioned before the enactment of the Brazilian Arbitration Act, I put the Brazilian Arbitration Act as the first milestone because, as some author says, this enactment just brought a revolution in arbitration in the way that we knew before the law. Just an overview on the law is a non-trial model law inspired and also a New York Convention inspired in some articles. And that's basically the most relevant points brought by the Brazilian Arbitration Act. So the arbitration clauses after the enactment became binding upon the parties. So there is no need anymore to the parties to sign an arbitration agreement after the dispute was arisen. And also the three main principles of commercial arbitration was also recognized by the Brazilian Arbitration Act. So the party autonomy principle, granting the parties the right to choose on the applicable law, followed by the separability of the arbitration clause, was expressly recognized on Article 8, and maybe the most relevant principle to the establishment of the arbitration in Brazil, the competence principle, granting the arbitrators the power to decide over its own jurisdiction regarding the existence, the validity, and effectiveness of the arbitration clause, and on the other hand, granting them the power to decide in advance of any judicial courts or national courts. And finally, the arbitral awards after the Brazilian Arbitration Act enacted enforceable, with no need anymore to ratification or a recognition procedure before national courts. But then, even though the enactment of the Brazilian Arbitration Act, there was a lot of questioning regarding the fact that arbitration as a private jurisdiction took away the right to the parties to access to justice. So there was a lot of questioning, and because of that, in 2001, the Brazilian Federal Supreme Court declared that Brazilian Arbitration Act was constitutional according to the Brazil written constitutional. And after this milestone, the national courts and the Superior Court of Justice started to adopt a very strong pro-arbitration attitude. So it created an arbitration-friendly environment in Brazil. Another very important mark on the history of arbitration, the support by national courts. And finally, in the most recent years, in 2015, we had the amendment of the Brazilian Arbitration Act, which in the end of the day just confirmed some understandings that were already recognized by Brazilian case law. And I mentioned just two of them, but there were any others. But just to point out, the public entities had express provision granting them the possibility of getting involved in arbitral proceedings. And also, the amendment brought the parties the right to seek for provisional measures before or after the commencing of the arbitration proceedings. And it's another relevant marks in terms of legal framework in Brazil. In 2001, the New York Convention was adopted in Brazil, and also we have the adoption of the CISAG rules in 2014, again, increasing the range of possibilities to the parties and bringing legal certainty and legitimacy to the method in Brazil. And if you want to memorize a single slide of this whole presentation, that's the one, because it shows that after all the milestones that we had on the history of arbitration, that's the current scenario, marked by three main cornerstones: a robust legal framework, an arbitration-friendly courts, or in other words, an arbitration-friendly environment to the method to grow exponentially, and finally, as a consequence of those two main cornerstones, we had arbitral institutions in Brazil following the best practices. And the question is, does these cornerstones brought positive effects on the market? And as you can imagine, the answer is yes, it's quite positive. So let's check some numbers on the market. That's a very interesting smart art that shows how does arbitration develop in a very accelerated pace. So even though if only 25 years of formal existence, we came from a scenario of close to zero arbitration proceedings and close to zero Brazilian reais in disputes to close to 8 billion Brazilian reais in disputes in 2018, divided on 292 cases. And all this data by research conducted by Professor Selma Lemes in Brazil, a very relevant arbitrator in Brazil. And I'll be glad to share to you this, the completely research conducted by Professor Selma Lemes. But not only domestically speaking, the Brazilian arbitration can be considered as a case of success, but also internationally speaking. According to the ICC dispute resolution statistics from 2020, Brazil has reached the number of the second place in worldwide representation, in party representation, which, of course, is a result of those three cornerstones that I mentioned before. And thinking about Latin America and Caribbean, Brazil alone reached 38% of all the parties acting in all the ICC cases among all other jurisdictions in Brazil. And I promise you that will be quick, and it's actually quick. I know you are British, and I will stay close in my time. So which conclusions can we draw on this quick but I think positive presentation and overview regarding the Brazilian arbitration? The BAA, the Brazilian Arbitration Act, together with all other relevant legal frameworks, together with the support by national courts and arbitral institutions following the best practices, brought legal certainty and legitimacy to arbitration in Brazil. So I know there is a lot of risks when you talk about investments, but definitely arbitration is not one of those risks if you want to invest in Brazil. And another very important conclusions, those three cornerstones that I mentioned before, legal framework, the support by courts and arbitral institutions following the best practices, have fostered a solid and exponential growth of arbitration in Brazil. So I invite you to keep following the data regarding Brazilian arbitration that for sure will show us and show we a very even more positive perspective for the future. And that's basically it. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll be here for any further clarifications. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Luis Henrique. I would like just to ask you a question, if may I. You insisted on the arbitration-friendly environment in Brazil, and that institutions do foster and reinforce the arbitration in Brazil. I would like to know if this is applicable as well when we have the government as a party in the arbitration, if there's some particularities or differences in treatment, or if the judiciary system behaves differently when you have a government entity involved.
Of course, there is, of course, some differences when we have a public entity acting in arbitral proceedings, and definitely Christina will be so much better to speak about it than me. But the question is, the state always being the most user of arbitration in Brazil, with mostly the PPP project. So I think, yes, there are differences, but in the same way, I think the perspective is very good.
So thank you a lot. Well, now it's my pleasure to introduce César Pereira, a partner at Justem Pereira Oliveira e Talamini in São Paulo, and co-chair of its infrastructure and arbitration departments. His practice as counsel, arbitrator, or legal expert focuses on infrastructure projects, mainly in transportation, airports, ports, and railways, energy, government contracts, and public-private partnerships, PPP. César is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, CIARB, and chair of its Brazil branch. César, I would like you, if you can, to discuss a little the particularities of our system, especially if Brazil, talking about the bilateral investments law that we have and agreements that Brazil is signing, what kind of particularities do we have in this system, and if they benefit the investments or not?
Thank you, Fatima. And well, I'd like to start by thanking Gatehouse Chambers, especially our fellow Frederico Singarajá, for having us here, and thank Apex Brasil for the partnership that allowed us to have this program. We, as you can tell, we are very proud at Brazil branch of our young members group. And Luis here is a very good representative. We're proud also to have Ana Gerdau as vice chair of the worldwide young members group of CIARB. And you will have already heard from Luis a very comprehensive picture of how arbitration works in Brazil. I hope I can be as punctual as Luis was with his presentation. Just to get started, we have, as you have heard, a system in Brazil that's very much in line with international practice, especially in terms of the type of agreements that govern arbitration in Brazil. We are part of the New York Convention. There are, as you may know, within the Americas, the Panama Convention, which is very similar to the New York Convention. There are other agreements within Mercosur, and they all come to a system in which enforcement of foreign awards and enforcement of arbitration agreements is very much what you would expect in any place. But one very important aspect is that Brazil is not a signatory of the Washington Convention. Brazil signed 14 BITs in the 90s, but never ratified any. And so Brazil is outside the system of investment arbitration treaties, as you know from other Latin American countries. Brazil is unique in that respect. It never considered it crucial to attract investments, foreign direct investments, to accede to that system. And that has worked so far. Brazil is a very important recipient of direct investment, regardless of not offering investment arbitration. Brazil is now, as you may know, moving towards joining the OECD and other international initiatives like that. That might change the country's position in time, but it might not. It's quite likely that it will not, because there are other measures that Brazil offers as protection for foreign investments that have been working very well so far, and have not prevented investment from coming in. But as Fatima asked, we have been recently developing a new system of trade agreements that have in fact been signed and being ratified. Some of them are already in force, and they provide for investment arbitration, but they provide for several mechanisms for dispute avoidance in dispute resolution that's not international arbitration, but that can be very effective. And so there are systems that focus on governance and dispute avoidance, on joint committees, on ombudsmen, and so that so that problems try to be avoided, and if not, parties can resort to state-to-state arbitration with the assistance sometimes of the investors that are consulted, even though they're not party to the dispute resolution system itself. As I said, some of them are already in force, and we may see some of that system working in practice soon. But the actual, let's say, the day-to-day life of an investor in Brazil, or somebody that does business in Brazil, is much more related, when dispute resolution is involved, is much more related to contract-based arbitration than to some treaty-based dispute resolution system. And it's important to talk about, and we have this panel here to talk about arbitration with the states, because the state in Brazil is very important. There are many of the important large-scale projects involved for decades. We have had a growing system of concessions, of PPPs, and we have had multiple initiatives of privatization made by the state with share purchase agreements that involve dispute resolution clauses as well. And so in a very interesting point is that just last year, Brazil enacted a Government Contracts Act that expressly provides for arbitration in government contracts. And so we don't go to the extreme that Peru does, for instance, providing for mandatory arbitration in every government contract. But we don't go to the other extreme, like the US, for instance, that provides for arbitration in the FAR, but never uses it, right? Because it's never the system that is used as dispute resolution in government contracts. Brazil provides for that and uses it reasonably, right? Especially in large-scale contracts. That, as I said, is contract-based arbitration, not treaty-based arbitration. It comes from statutory authorization, so it's grounded in law, and it has been so for at least the past 20 years. In 2015, there was even a reinforcement of that, of the Arbitration Act that expressly provided for arbitration with the states. And in the actual practice, and Christina and Natasha will be able to speak about that much better than I will, actual practice of governments is to use arbitration, is to regulate arbitration so that it's clear so the rules are clear. How to appoint arbitrators is something that's defined in those rules. How to choose an arbitration, an arbitral institution. All those things are clear in secondary legislation and in regulations, especially because that's necessary for the government officials that are in charge of that to be safe enough, to be comfortable enough to choose arbitration as their form of dispute resolution. In one aspect that's very important is especially the idea of transparency. We, in a way, adopted the idea of transparency from investment arbitration and combined with domestic rules that require transparency in government activities, and that is a key aspect of arbitration with state parties in Brazil. So much so that state bodies often have, as the federal government does, and Natasha can talk about that much better, often have portals with information. The arbitration cases they are involved in, information such as the parties, the subject matter, the arbitrators, much like ICSID in a way. So there is a lot of transparency, and that creates a lot of legal certainty in arbitration with state parties in Brazil. And so just to finalize, in that it's very relevant that you will hear directly from Ministro Ricardo Vilas Boas Cueva in a moment about how the STJ, which is the Brazilian court it's the apex court for federal law, and it's the court in charge of recognition of foreign awards, how the STJ especially supports arbitration and creates a safe environment for arbitration, including with state parties in Brazil. And a good sign of that is that no foreign award has ever been denied recognition in Brazil for any reason related to the government. For instance, lack of arbitrability or any other public interest reason. The only case in which the government was involved in, there was a denial of recognition, was related to a procedural issue, and the government was so committed to paying that judgment that it enacted, that was back in 1994, enacted a law expressly ordering that judgment to be paid, and so it was paid regardless of not having been recognized. And so, well, with this, I will, within my time here, I will end here. I'm available for any questions during our Q&A session here. And again, thank you for your attention and for having me.
Thank you very much, Cesar. As most of us here should be aware, we have in Brazil 3 different levels of government. We have the federal government, we have state governments, and local governments as well. I would like to ask Cesar if there's any difference with regard to the level of government that participates in arbitrations or the provision for arbitration in their respective contracts. Is there any different treatment, or they do behave equally?
Well, from a legal standpoint, there is no difference. All of them are exactly in the same standing. From practical experience, we obviously see that some states and the federal government are much more sophisticated, right? And so some like the federal government in some states in big cities like São Paulo have enacted secondary legislation to create more certainty in terms of the procedures should take place. And that, obviously, from the standpoint of the investor or the government contractor, that also creates much more predictability of how those things are going to happen. But there is a lot of enthusiasm on the part of the government, even local governments. Yeah. And so we see that many, let's say, medium-sized cities in their, for instance, water treatment concessions and other large-scale contracts for their, even if at their size, they provide for arbitration, and they're big users of arbitration. So I think that's pretty much widespread in its in all levels of government.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes?
Cesar, why are they so keen on arbitration? So
Yeah.
If I talk about a jurisdiction which I'm very familiar with, which is Turkey, it's against the law for there to be a state contract with an arbitration clause in because they know they will go to the courts. They will know that they go to the courts, and we all know the consequences if the state is party to the court hearing. But in Brazil, you're saying there's a great enthusiasm for arbitration. Yeah. Why might that be?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, and I have asked myself that question many times. But my theory is that since we never had investment arbitration, and when we started having foreign investors, we had to provide those investors with a system of dispute resolution, and so that in many ways started like that. In some states, I think Cristina will probably be able to talk about the state of São Paulo experience. Some states started having arbitration because of contracts that were made under the like multilateral bank arrangements, like the World Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, which provided for arbitration. So that was the first step. The second step is, if we provide that for foreign investors, we cannot deny that to Brazilian investors, right? And to domestic investors. And so I think that's how it started. The federal government, especially, could not treat differently. And then I believe it just fell in love with arbitration because it's, well, I'm not going to jump into Natasha's topic here, but even if you think in terms of injunctive relief, like we have a very good system, a very good court system for injunctive relief, for interim measures. The Brazilian judiciary is very fast at doing that, and it grants ex parte preliminary orders relatively easily. And so one thing that I think attracts the federal government, especially in arbitration, is the opportunity of having discussion with the decision maker before a preliminary order or an interim measure is granted. And so as we know, these like very fast hearings before an emergency arbitration is decided, those are things that I think attract also the federal government. And so, yeah, but in our defense, we're not as enthusiastic as the Peruvians, and so we're kind of in the middle here.
And also maybe because we have some public health companies, as for instance Petrobras, which is a very important player in the international market as well. And then the need for having arbitration in their contracts is obvious to be a player in the international market. So I think that those experiences add to the arbitration with public bodies in Brazil. Thank you so much. Well, and now I'm going to introduce Natasha Schmidt. She's a lawyer focused on infrastructure projects, mainly PPPs and concessions, and privatizations of public companies. She is a legal advisor at the Special Secretariat of Public-Private Investment Program of the Ministry of Economy, Brazil, and holds an LLM from Berkeley School of Law, California. I would like, Natasha, if you could just bring to us the experience of federal government with and how this experience can or did influence the other public governments in adopting arbitration as well.
Thank you, Fatima. Thank you, Cesar. Thank you for the invitation, and I would also would like to thank to CIAB and to the Gatehouse Chambers for being here and speak a little bit about arbitration from the federal government perspective. As you said, I work in the Investment Partnership Programs, PPI. It's a special secretariat of the Ministry of Economy. In our secretariat, we have lots of projects that are very important for the country. So they have priority before other projects. And we don't work only with federal projects, meaning concessions of railroads and energy, ports, also with states and municipalities, projects of states and municipalities, meaning public lighting, meaning sanitations, as I said, solid waste management. So these are projects that are under the PPI. And we are very active in PPI. So for instance, from 2016 to 2021, we had 247 projects that were auctioned, more or less $189 billion in CapEx, $42 billion in OpEx, and in 2021 we had 66 assets that were auctioned. So we do a lot of work in PPI. But we always want to be better. And one of the questions that we are trying to answer nowadays is to understand whether arbitration is increases the risks of our projects, meaning how the clauses are drafted, and if we can make them, even if we can draft these clauses in a way that makes the risks of the projects lower, and bringing more investments, lowering the risks, meaning that we want to bring more investment to our projects. Well, it led us to an investigation. So we started speaking to many actors of these projects, both federal projects and also municipality projects and state projects, trying to understand if the way that they look at the arbitration, if it leads to uncertainty, for legal uncertainty, or to, as I said, a problem, a risk for the project. So we started our conversation with these actors, and we posed many questions for them. And in interviews, we started to getting information. And I would like to share with you some of these questions so you can understand how we are trying to understand better the institute in our contracts, in our infrastructure contracts in Brazil. So one of the questions was related to, we wanted to know if the arbitration is being drafted for all of the contracts. The arbitration clause is being provided in all of the contracts under the PP that is qualified in PPI. And the answer is yes for the federal projects of PPPs and concessions. They are very enthusiastic about arbitration. So all of the projects that nowadays are under PPI and qualification, they are providing the arbitration clauses. But this is not a reality for the projects that are under the states and under the municipalities. we still have some difficulties on these projects to make the arbitration clause to be on these projects, on these contracts. Related to a problem regarding the specialization of the arbitration and the public attorney, the public lawyer that is going to face it. There are lawyers from the municipalities and from the states, and many times it is a problem to make them understand the facilities and the good benefits that the arbitration brings to the contracts. So, but yes, regarding the federal projects, mostly all of them, they are being provided in the contracts. Another question that we're trying to answer is if these clauses, if they are thought particularly for each project, or if there is one standard clause that is being copy and paste for each one of these contracts. And the reality is that each one of the regulatory agency and the ministry that we work with. So as I said, we have several projects under our portfolio. But we work with different ministries. So, for instance, the Ministry of Regional Development is the ministry that is responsible for the public lighting projects with the municipalities. Also, the solid waste management. So these are projects that are under another Ministry of Economy, properly, but another ministry. So each one of these ministries and each one of these regulatory agencies, they draft the clauses the way that they think it's important. But most of all, they are quite the same. They have the same aspects, but each one has its autonomy, let's say, to understand, to draft the clauses the way that they think it should. Also, another question that we are trying to answer is regarding if there is any contractual criteria to choose the arbitration chamber for each contract. And the answer here is we are using a resolution from a resolution that states that there are 5, I also talked to you as 5, but I know that now it's almost 8 chambers that are registered for this arbitrations in Brazil. So, but there is, especially in aviation, the chamber that gives more comfort is the ICC. Another question is if there is a specific regulation regarding transparency, and the answer is yes, so we have it in Brazil. But more of that, the regulatory agencies are very enthusiastic about an ostensively transparency of our proceedings. Regarding mediation also is something that we would like to understand how it's being held in the contracts. And most of the contracts that are being drafted, they are providing these mediation clauses. Although the public sector doesn't believe properly nowadays, it's not cultural, the mediation clauses to be really enforced. And it is because there is, when the conflict starts, there is, prior than that, there is an administrative proceeding that comes to an administrative award, and it's very hard to mediate when you have this administrative award. So it leads to the conflict, to the arbitration conflict proceedings after that. So we don't understand, although it is provided in the contracts, that mediation nowadays is cultural in the Brazilian administration, federal administration. Another question that we would like to answer is regarding the proceedings for the arbitrator to be appointed, and the answer of these actors, they say that it is the indication is made after an administrative proceeding, an internal administrative proceeding. So everything, I say that because it's not just by the heart or by the mind. It has to be write down the motivation for why that arbitrator is being chosen, and so on. So I think these are the questions that I would like to share with you, and let you know that arbitration in Brazil, particularly in the federal government, people are very enthusiastic about it. Even the contracts that were not, that didn't provide arbitration in these contracts, they are now being part of new agreements in order to make arbitration for the new conflicts. So it is happening in many of these contracts. So the public administration is really enthusiastic about it. And that's it that I would like to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha. I would like to ask if the government, the federal government, is using emergency arbitrations.
This is a very nice question, because we are starting to think about it, and in aviation, the aviation projects, they started to have this kind of clause in their projects. So yes, they are being now drafted for the contracts, and the other agencies, they need to also choose these emergency arbitration for the contracts. But once the aviation sector has already used it, it's very likely that it will happen with the other provinces. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Sorry. So, have you asked any questions to the state about dispute boards? Or
Yes. Yes.
So, do I have to tell that? No.
Yes, about the dispute boards. That's very nice.
You mentioned something about, you know, a previous administrative decision that comes, and then the parties don't want to mediate, blah blah blah. Is it that, or
no? I was speaking about mediation, but dispute boards were also questions. And what I can say is that it is, first of all, it's a cost. But it is being thought now as a cost that will be mainly for the projects that has I forgot the word, the EPC contracts, the contracts. Exactly. So the contracts that they have to construct a lot. So they are thinking now about the dispute boards and leading this cost to the concession, to the private sector and the contract. But yes, they are also thinking about it now. It's important to think. It's a new instrument that. they are trying to use it now in the new contracts. They are enthusiastic about it, but there is a cost. The thing that in Brazil, it's quite hard regarding administration at this moment that we work in PPI, that's the moment that we draft the contracts, is to understand how the Court of Accounts in Brazil, and in Brazil the Court of Accounts is quite important for the infrastructure sector, how the Court of Accounts will act. The lawyer or the regulatory agency will start to make decisions regarding the arbitration, how the Court of Accounts will answer to that. So, for instance, choosing a dispute board clause for that contract may increase the cost, and maybe the Court of Accounts may say that this is somehow illegal or it's inadequate in an economic point of view.
In terms of enforcement as well.
Yes, and then it simply, the Court of Accounts simply says that the contract and on this part cannot be
Are you saying because you saw this, is the TCU saying that, or is it like a possibility?
It is a possibility.
Okay, right.
It is a possibility, but it is a real possibility. It might happen. But the thing is that since we don't have so many infrastructure arbitrations regarding infrastructure in Brazil, we have many. We have around 30, as I remember, in the federal government. But they are starting now. And so there is this situation of dispute boards and other decisions of these regulatory agencies and the ministries regarding the arbitration, such as choosing the arbitrator. So we don't know if the Court of Accounts asked why that arbitrator and not the other one. Even though it's a discretionary act, we don't know how the Court of Accounts will maybe
interpret this, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
interpret it.
Makes sense.
Okay?
Thank you. It's a bit crazy, isn't it? Talking
It
about
is.
Court of Accounts, you know, in arbitration to English people. I'm not sure they will understand, but we do.
Yeah, but we try very hard. Yeah, but it's let's say everybody in the federal government and in the agencies, they are very enthusiastic about it, and we're trying to contaminate their Court of Accounts with that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't want to take myself the floor, and I swear you that we didn't agree that on advance, but this is a very interesting discussion referring to dispute boards, because in fact the federal government is a little resistant to, but the other spheres of government are adopting a dispute board in all major infrastructure projects. But I'm not going to talk by myself about that. I will let Cristina Wagner Mastrobono. She is fellow of the Charter Institute of Arbitrators, is a lawyer in Brazil, and serves as arbitrator, mostly in disputes related to infrastructure. She also serves as dispute board member. She served for 27 years at the legal office of the state of São Paulo. She holds an LLM from the University of Chicago. And Cristina, besides the dispute board, that is a really interesting topic, which are the peculiarities when you are dealing specifically with government involves a party in arbitration, as for instance, appointing arbitrators, and how this would also be applicable to dispute board members or indicating dispute board members or mediators or other kind of dispute resolution.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Frederico and Cesar and Napoleon, for inviting me to be here today. And thank you all for being so patient, watching the discussion until the end. Well, I will Cesar, Natasha, and Luis already talked a lot about explaining everything about arbitration with public entities in Brazil. I think I would just give a little bit of my experience while I was working as a lawyer for the government of the state of São Paulo, when we actually were the first state to use arbitration in our contracts in Brazil. And so I'm very proud to say that I had an important part in this process of writing the first arbitration agreement, the first arbitration clause in a contract. It was, we learned a lot. The first one was terrible, I recognize that. We were happy that the contract, the bidding process had to be interrupted, and we had the opportunity to write it again and in a better way. But what's also answering the question here of Jonathan is why government uses arbitration clause. It's because it's a requirement of the market. It's never something that the government says, the public authority, oh, let's use arbitration in this contract. No, because if you don't use arbitration, the competition will be very low. And in Brazilian, all the public contracts, they have to be preceded by this bidding process. So competition is very important if you want to have a good investor executing that contract. So this is a requirement of the market. It's not because the government wants to enter in arbitration, because for the government, it's first you have to adopt all your public advocacy. You have to have lawyers prepare arbitration, which is something difficult. Second, you have to, if government goes to judicial court, it doesn't have to bear costs, never. So, so only if it loses, so they have to reimburse the costs that the other party had. But it's different in arbitration, where the costs are high and they have to pay it. So, and also you don't have the second jurisdiction. You don't have appeal. And in the judiciary, appeal is an imposition whenever government loses the case. So there are some difficulties, but as I said, it's a requirement of the investors' market. So what happened was that public entities started to develop the infrastructure contracts, and within the entire contract also the arbitration clause. And we can feel that in the last 10 years, there was a huge improvement of the legal offices in this arbitration matter. And I'm also happy to say that the state of São Paulo was the leading public entity to use it and to develop a specialized sector. And well, but so then there are some peculiarities, as you asked. The first one is that the arbitration with public entity has always to be transparent. So you have to give publicity about everything that happens. Some entities already have in their sites all the information about the cases. Others not, but as a citizen you are entitled to get all the information about the cases if you ask for it. The second important thing is the choice of law. So it's not allowed to have equity as a means of judgment in an arbitration proceeding in Brazil. Brazilian law has always to be applied, and I think also this is something natural since the contracts are under Brazilian law. Language, so the Brazilian Arbitration Act does not regulate about the language that is to be used, but most state and regulations introduce the imposition of the use of Portuguese. So what some entities do, they allow a bilingual arbitration. I don't know how it would work. We never saw it. I think it will be complicated, but it's possible, at least in theory. And the other important thing is the arbitrability and scope. So there are some issues that are not allowed to be taken to arbitration. Also, the judicial, as in judicial courts, judicial review is not allowed in some areas, like anything that involves public policy. So there is a limitation for arbitrators to enter in this kind of decision. And this is particularly difficult when you arbitrate some dispute related to a regulatory agency. Yes, because regulatory agencies have a certain amount of public policy in their regulation, and we already had some very interesting cases in Brazil related to that. If I had time, we could enter it, but we will not have time. And so this is something that we really have to. It will be developed in the next years. I think there's no right concept about what is public policy related to arbitration that cannot be reviewed in arbitration. Each case has to be analyzed in order to find out what it is, but this is an issue. And then costs and choice of arbitrators. Costs, there are some regulations, I think in the federal level, in the state of São Paulo not, but in the federal level, the regulation that orientates the public authority about arbitration, it says that the costs have to be anticipated by the private party. And this is also something that is, gives origin to a great discussion, but actually it's being a former public lawyer, I understand why this rule came, because government always have budget issues and don't have financial liquidity. So it's more efficient for the proceeding that the costs will, are anticipated by the private party. Although it's not something that private parties are happy to do, but actually it gives a more, it helps the flow of the proceeding. And the choice of arbitrators, as Natasha already explained, it's a requirement to justify. All the public acts have to be justified. So that's why there is a small intern proceeding in which the authority has to justify why this person, this professional, is being chosen. And this also happens in dispute boards, as I was told. I'm not in the office anymore, but I know that whenever a person is being designated, it has to be a justification, just to be sure why you're choosing this one and not the other one. And well, at least I also want to comment that that dispute boards are being used in state levels. I am the president of one dispute board related to a train concession in the state of São Paulo. And so surprisingly, they accepted me because I just gave disclosure that I worked for the government until 2 years ago, but they the company accepted me and was very happy. It has been also a very interesting experience. And I think, so nowadays I am fond of dispute boards, although it costs, of course it costs, but it really helps the control of the execution of the contract. So I think maybe it's more interesting to have dispute board than mediation. Because mediation, I also understand why administration does not want it, because in order for the public to accept a decision which he could oppose himself, it's very difficult because he's always subject to this external control. And if it's an imposition, so I already saw many cases that they go to arbitration, and I think there is a 30% rate of composition, settlement when arbitration in with public entities start, because then they feel comfortable to accept a deal and to settle the case. Well, I think that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we have a little time, but I will open for questions. I would only add that, as Cesar said, we have a new public procurement law now in force that will be enforced. It's already enforced, but it's finally enforced next year. And this law provides for dispute avoidance and dispute resolution outside the court. So dispute boards and arbitration. And we think that with this law, all the ADRs will be more adopted within the government or public entities for not only solving the dispute in arbitration, but also to try to avoid to go to arbitration, either through dispute board and mediation. I do agree that, as Natasha said, that after an administrative decision ruling that the private entity has no right or in front of the public government, it's quite difficult to mediate this situation, including to make the government to modify that previous decision, agreeing, and but anyway, the law provides, and we hope that it's going to work. I apologize. I'm going to give him the chance, and then your second, please.
Choice of arbitrators. You say that obviously if the government is choosing its arbitrator, there has to be some accountability. But say, for example, you do have a three-person tribunal. Is it open to the private sector to choose their own arbitrator without any accountability to the Court of Accounts? Are they free to do that? Or is it just the government who are accountable for their choice?
Yes, it's this thing related to the Court of Accounts is very complicated in Brazil, and it also differs depending which governmental entity or level you're speaking. The federal accounts is very strict, and I think they still did not get exactly what arbitration and mediation is. But so the one that acts in the so that was appointed by the private sector, this will not be subject to review. So I think not. So but sorry.
President of the tribunal.
The chair of the tribunal.
Well, I don't think so. I think if they try to enter in this discussion, it has to be fought against. So I think they would be overriding their powers if they do that.
Yeah, but the agreement provides for this system.
If I may add?
Yes, please.
So far, there has been no discussion about whether that would apply to chairs or to the private party appointed arbitrator. The reason why that came about is that there was some discussion whether there should be some type of public selection process for arbitrators appointed by the government, something like some type of bidding, like some type of public competition or something. And so, and that also was discussed with regard to arbitral institutions, like should the government make a competition, IC and ICDR. Obviously, that was done away with. One second later, the person that came up with that idea said, "No, that's wrong." And so, so that's why we this rule was made it into this Public Procurement Act, is to make it clear that there is no public competition required for that, but it requires that the appointment is done under technical and objective criteria, and so that's why this appointment by the government is subject to some type of accountability, but there has never been any discussion about trying to review why the private parties or the chair, whether the private party is appointed, their party appointed arbitrator, or why they appointed a chair.
Thank you, Cesar. I would like to give the floor to Nico. Would you mind to use microphone?
I actually have two questions to Ms. Mastrobuono and Ms. Schmidt. The first one is state attorneys or the state attorney office is well equipped and sufficiently funded to get involved in arbitrations. I suppose private parties will have funds to hire expert witnesses and top lawyers. Is this going to be a fair fight? And the second question I have is, as far as I understand, state attorneys work under very specific instructions to pursue the matter to the very end. They have very limited discretion to settle, hence appeal after appeal after appeal. Now, how would that translate in arbitrations, or more specifically, should we expect state attorneys to be challenging arbitral awards issued against the state or not?
This is a very nice question because, as I said, I spoke to so many public lawyers, and I am very proud of them, speaking to them, because that's right what you said. So yes, the arbitrations, in my point of view, and I expect that in their point of view too, they are very fair, but they don't have the same resources as the private sector have. So for instance, a legal opinion is something that is not considered for the public attorneys, and it is very regular and normal. So, but yes, it could be unfair, but it is not, because they do very, very hard work with the limited resources that they have. That's it.
Well, I agree with that because, you know, being a public lawyer is not so easy. You have to pass a lot of exams. So I think the level is very high usually. And being an arbitrator in some arbitrations related to public entities, I can actually see how they work well, how the job is. The job is really well done. But I also think that for smaller public entities like municipalities, it's very difficult to, okay, City of São Paulo, they have a specialized sector in that. But there are so many cities that are now having like this lightning PPP projects. I don't think they will be able to, but for them it's better to hire, because how many infrastructure contracts they have? They have maybe 1, 2, 3. So it's more efficient if they hire a law office for each case, I think. But anyway, and well, Tonika, I think that when the state attorney starts working with arbitration, it really understands how arbitration works. So I don't think they will. They're not under the obligation to pursue all legal ways to get an annulment. Only if, and we see that in private practice. You see a lot of parties today pursuing an annulment, even if they don't have the right for that. But they say in Brazil, you always say, oh, you have to try it. Yes, so you always try to use your big imagination, and you try to find some flaw to search for an annulment. But I think that's more a lawyer thing, not only a public lawyer thing. So.
Thank you very much. I mind the time. We have a break now, and we surpassed 3 minutes, our regular time, so that I would like to ask for a break, and we are going to return in 12 minutes, okay?
Huh? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, thank you. It's my pleasure to open this next panel. We thought it would be wise to do something rather informal, more relaxed, and in anticipation of the speech of Justice Cuevas. And we're here to talk about Brazilian arbitration and international perspective. And we have three stellar representatives from three different jurisdictions. Ms. Gerdau, who's a senior lawyer with the Derin cabinet in France. Have Professor Peter Sester, who is German but based in Brazil, professor in GV, well-versed arbitrator in Germany and Switzerland, and of course our host, the Honourable Barrister Frederico Singaranja, who is actually from João Pessoa, surprising as it may be. So I just would welcome any comments from the audience, any questions you may have. Feel free to interrupt any time. Can I ask you to explain a little bit about your practices and how arbitration in the UK, France, Germany, and Switzerland, how would that compare to arbitration in Brazil in the aspects that might interest a private investor? Can we kick off with you, Ms. Gerdau?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction, Tonico. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to be here today. First, I would like to thank Napoleão Casado and Cesar Pereira for the invitation, and thanks to Apex and Gatehouse, of course, in the person of Frederico Singaranja, that's beside me, for hosting this event. It's a great honor to participate in this conference alongside such talented colleagues and to listen to you and learn from you, from the previous panelists. And thank you, Tonico, for moderating our panel today. I must say that I'm a Brazilian lawyer, qualified in Brazil and in Portugal. I've been, with 12 years, more than 12 years of experience in arbitration and state court proceedings related to arbitration. I worked for 6 years with Arnoldo Valde in São Paulo, and it's been now almost 7 years that I work in Paris. I'm not qualified in France as a French lawyer, though. I'm a Portuguese lawyer, and I'm registered with the European directive, as I'm also a European citizen. But in any case, it's been 7 years I've been working in France, so I can speak a little bit of arbitration in France. As you know, Paris is a very, very favorable seat for arbitration, and it has a long tradition. For centuries, arbitration was used in France. And during the Renaissance, arbitration was mandatory for merchants. There was some hostility towards arbitration in the 19th century, but in the year 1925, arbitration was authorized in the Code de Commerce, and since then, it's been flourishing. As I said, it's a very favorable seat. One peculiarity, as I was discussing this with Yuri later that's seated there today, is that there is a distinction between domestic and international arbitration. This is very special of the French law, differently from Brazil. Brazil, we have a monist system. We don't distinguish between domestic and international arbitration other than the seat. When the seat is located outside Brazil, then it's the result is like a foreign award. If you want to recognize it and enforce it in Brazil, then you would have to go through the recognition and enforcement process that would be brought before the Superior Court of Justice today. Before it was a different court, but it's been a while, it's been the Superior Court of Justice. And so there is some peculiarities for arbitration, international arbitration, and it's very favorable, as I said. I won't be, I won't do a comparative type of analysis right now. I don't think we have time for this. But in any case, I wanted to draw your attention to two developments that I find very important, recent developments. Brexit, sort of coincides with Brexit, 2018, just afterwards. There's been there was an international chamber within the Paris Court of Appeal was created to deal with investment disputes, international disputes in general, including state court proceedings related to our international arbitration. And this is interesting because this specialized chamber within the Paris Court d'Appel, it accepts documentary evidence in English, and the proceedings will be conducted in French, although the final decision will be in French, but there will be a sworn translation of the decision in English. So it's sort of in this trend that as English is become prominent language, and it's the lingua franca, let's say, in the international trade. I understand that this is a trend that is should be applauded. And also, more recently, this year, 2022, 23rd of March, there was a decision by the Cour de Cassation, the Court of Cassation, that is the highest court, following an appeal on the decision of the Court of Appeal in the very famous case Belocon. It's a case about, it was originally an investment case, but dealing with the allegations of corruption. The arbitral tribunal simply rejected or dismissed the actions. The Court of Appeal in Paris, they decided to annul the award. And then on appeal, then the Cour de Cassation confirmed the decision of the Cour d'Appel, and this sort of establishes a trend of a sort of maximalist trend, in the sense that French courts, when there are allegations of corruption, they won't be limited to evidence that was presented before the arbitral tribunal. They will also consider new evidence following the issuance of the arbitral award. So this is a development that is important because it's more interventionist, in the sense that they will review the merits of the award when there are allegations of corruption as a part of international public policy. So these are the two things I wanted to...
And of course, corruption is it's a foreign concept for us,
I think
for Brazilians.
So but, it's relevant. And I want to speak about the Brazilian law. I think my colleagues just before me, they were very clear and they were very articulate and detailed about the...
We'll struggle to understand the concept, but
yes.
Please go ahead.
Better in the practice.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any specific question on if you would like to know about French law, or just...
Yeah, I think we could hear from our host and move from there.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you, Tonico. I would also like to thank Cesar and Napoleon, friends at Apex, and Multilem, actually, who've really given us the infrastructure of everything you've seen. It looks like I'm responsible for everything, but really I'm very responsible for very little indeed. And thank you to Gatehouse, of course, for allowing us to be here. So in terms of my background, I'm originally Brazilian, even though I may not sound like it anymore. And the CIR branch, especially the Brazil branch of the CIR, have been very welcoming to me and allowed me to actually develop more of a practice in Brazil, especially as arbitrator, sitting as arbitrator. So my practice today, and especially my link with Brazil today, is probably more as arbitrator within Brazil under Brazilian law, and also as counsel for arbitrations which may involve Brazilian parties here in London or across the world. Differences and similarities about Brazil and the United Kingdom, probably much like Erna has mentioned. The marked difference is that the Brazilian Arbitration Act is 1996, which is the same as the English Arbitration Act. However, the English Arbitration Act is not the first English Arbitration Act. The first time the arbitration was in the statute books in England was 1697, and therefore we have a markedly longer history. You know, much like when I came to the bar and found out that we are an 800-year-old profession, and there is no date of discovery in England, there is no date of independence in England, markedly different from Brazil. So that long history of arbitration in England also lends itself to some explanations of things that happen in arbitration. We have a long history of lex mercatoria, which was introduced by the French to some extent, with the guilds and market disputes, etc. So that brings some context, and a lot of that legacy, I would say, is still left, especially in certain types of arbitration, like maritime arbitration, which is incredibly traditional and very different to any arbitration that you might find in sort of ICC or LCIA, a more commercial arbitration, and the kind of arbitration that is more common in Brazil. So you see these marked differences between practice in Brazil and practice in England. Because of my somewhat bizarre profile, in terms of investment into Brazil, I have fitted very much a type of profile from the cases that I've been appointed, party appointed, which is normally when there is a foreign controller of a investment into Brazil. I've often been appointed by that foreign controller. I'm sure there aren't too many common law qualified, purely common law qualified lawyers who can speak Portuguese, and I'm luckier for that. And I can just issue a couple of sentences in a couple of arbitral awards in Portuguese now, so I've benefited a lot. That's been an incredible learning curve. But that sometimes gives comfort to foreign investors to be able to have either an arbitrator or a process such as the ICC, something that gives them some comfort and familiarity. The secret is, I don't think it really makes a huge amount of difference. With my colleagues that I sit with on panels, arbitral panels, in international arbitrations, whether they're seated in Brazil or in Geneva or in London or in Paris or anywhere in the world, there may be quite a lot of divergence procedurally for our common law and civil law indoctrinations, traditions, idiosyncrasies. Generally, there is a lot of convergence when it comes down to substantive matters. And that's because I think a contract is a contract is a contract, and fairness is somewhat universal. And most legal systems, whether they're civil or common law, tend to have generally similar ideas as to what is breach, what kind of damages should be awarded, etc. So when it comes to substantive issues, of course there are exceptions, but generally there is a lot of convergence. So I'm happy to make myself available for the comfort of foreign investors who are arbitrating in Brazil or with Brazilian matters under Brazilian law. But I would say, generally speaking, I don't think it makes that much difference, even if I'm talking myself out of work here.
Peter?
So thank you. Well, I also have to thank to our almost two presidents in this moment, and of course to Federico, Gatehouse, CIAB International and London branch, Brazilian branch. I also have a quite bizarre background in this community. I'm German. I was over 15 years a tenured law professor in Germany, then in Switzerland. And I also worked 15 years as a transaction lawyer part-time with a Magic Circle firm in finance in the Frankfurt office.
well, international arbitration related to Germany is not a big topic. It's much more interesting to touch upon it regarding Switzerland. In Switzerland, just like in France, there is a dualistic approach. The law for international arbitration is regulated in the Private International Law Act. And domestic arbitration, and this is a big difference between Switzerland and Brazil, domestic arbitration in Switzerland is almost irrelevant. It's basically international arbitration in Geneva and Zurich. The Swiss commercial courts are very fast, and doesn't make much sense, except if you want confidentiality to opt for domestic cases for arbitration in Switzerland. Complete difference in Brazil. In Brazil, the dominant market share is domestic arbitration. Also because it's difficult also to qualify international arbitration because actually it doesn't exist in Brazil because of the monistic approach. Every kind of arbitration seated in Brazil is somehow domestic. At least as according to the law. So what is much more interesting in my opinion regarding Brazil is in terms of difference with the UK, France, the US, Germany, Switzerland. In Brazil emerged a lot of different arbitration institutions, 8, 10, 12, I don't know. In most countries we have just one or two relevant ones. This is a big difference. And also, and I think that is maybe the biggest difference between Brazil and Switzerland, is the structure of challenges, annulment proceedings. In Switzerland, a challenge goes directly to the Federal Superior Court, which rules on it according to special procedural rules, and normally takes a decision within 4 or 5 months. Maximum 6 months after the challenge was filed. This is a tremendous advantage of Switzerland, that Switzerland still, despite costs, despite maybe languages issues which are not truly issues, is in the ICC statistics, I think #1 in terms of seat, ahead of Paris. And in Brazil, it's slightly different. And this raises an important questions for international investors. In Brazil, annulment challenges start at the court of first instance. The court of first instance in Sao Paulo has nowadays, since a couple of years, specialized judges that basically are responsible for arbitration and insolvency and restructuring proceedings. I never understood why they combined this, but it's like this. They normally take a year or a year and a half to decide. Then it goes to the second instance, and almost in Brazil, the court of first instance is very rarely the last step. So then you are at the tribunal. The tribunal will take another 1 or 2 years, or in Sao Paulo again, and it's now also going to be the case in Rio. They have some chambers that are specialized for ruling on annulment proceedings. And then depending on the case and let's say that the temperament, the money of the parties can go to the Superior Court of Justice. And there is no barrier, let's say, like there's no barrier. The Superior Court of Justice has no possibility to reject cases. They cannot say this is a ridiculous case, we don't want to rule on it, or we have ruled on it several times. So they must accept it, and then you can have annulment proceedings that last 5 or 6 years, unfortunately. I think this is the only disadvantage of the Brazilian system compared to international systems. And that raises the question for an international investor, seek the arbitration abroad and use the New York Convention. If you use the New York Convention, you file your request straight to the STJ, to the Superior Tribunal of Justice, and then it depends. If the request is contested, then the proceedings can take a while. It will also depend then how the proceedings go. The Brazilian procedural law, every judge of a chamber or turma in Portuguese has the right to ask to see the case. So you have a reporting judge who will prepare the case. The reporting judge will also prepare the decision. And then, but another judge has the right to ask to see the case. If one or two ask to see the case, it can take a while. Not relatively fast. So I think that is eventually, if you consider arbitration clauses in cross-border contracts with Brazil, there is the main point you have to consider is where to seat it, inside or outside Brazil. And yeah, and then this is related, but maybe at a later point on the choice of law. But that's I think what I wanted to say. So.
Can I would ask if you agree with.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to add is in terms of comparisons with Brazil and what Peter's just said with Switzerland, I'd say the same is true for the England as a jurisdiction. I have done a considerable amount of arbitrations now involved, whether as arbitrator, counsel, etc. And I've only ever done one domestic arbitration in England. Everything else has been international because, like in Switzerland, what we used to have as domestic arbitration, which is actually huge in Brazil, is construction and infrastructure arbitration, especially with public sector bodies. But we killed that when we brought in adjudication. And so adjudication has pretty much taken over construction disputes in a big way, which are domestic, and you're left with international construction disputes. And construction arbitration in Brazil is probably still a sector of commercial arbitration, whether it be against public sector bodies or with public sector bodies or private down the supply chain, employer with subcontractors, etc. So that's one major characteristic, I would say, that I notice. What is international in Brazil, as Peter says, is a bit more nebulous. So, for example, sometimes I'm appointed, and to me it's an international arbitration because I'm qualified and practicing in England. So, but to them it's domestic, effectively. And sometimes in England we'll have a lot of arbitrations which perhaps only have one connecting point to England, whether it be English law applies in maybe one of the contracts, or it's seated in London, or some other factor. Whilst in Brazil, an international arbitration will often have one international factor. So it'll be Brazilian parties, potentially Brazilian law, but seated in Geneva or seated in London. Or it'll be something else with English law, French law, or Swiss law applying. Because there is so much volume of arbitration in Brazil that I don't think they really care so much about all the international stuff. There is enough arbitration to keep everyone busy in Brazil. A distinctive point for me is I'm a coach for the Vismut, and one of the things that we say about the Vismut is there's many more young, budding, aspiring arbitrators than there are job people when graduate. But I'd say that's probably not the case in Brazil, actually. There's plenty of jobs out there for budding, aspiring, young Brazilian arbitrators.
Now,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
If I may add, I mean,
Yes, of course.
I should say, when I was for 6 years working in São Paulo, I was only doing arbitration for the whole day, and there is a huge volume. And as you can see from the statistics of the ICC in terms of parties, as mentioned by Luis, it's the second ranking country in terms of like parties' nationalities. But as Federico is explained just before me, most proceedings are seated in Brazil because, as you know, Brazil receives its foreign investment, and transactions take place in Brazil, meaning that normally one would expect that Brazilian law applies. So, and then the arbitration parties often, sometimes even change the arbitration agreement so that arbitration is conducted in the Portuguese language to reduce costs. I've seen it a few times. And sometimes even sort of change even the chamber, depending on the, so it depends on the, but it's a big volume, and it's domestic, but of course there are quite a few really international arbitrations, meaning seated abroad in English language, conducted in English, but there is an important volume in Portuguese, which is wonderful that we have this huge market for arbitration.
It raised a point of concern regarding the procedure to challenge an arbitration award. Is this something you share? Is this a point of concern? Or would Section 68, serious irregularity, is this something that clients are concerned about? Why would I engage in arbitration in England, pay in pounds sterling, and still be subject to this argument of serious irregularity? Wouldn't you be better off with a Brazilian arbitration where things are cheaper and there's no review on the merits?
So we had a recent study published, which was, I think, born from Sir Bernard Eda's speech some time ago, about the statistics of the set-asides of arbitral awards under Section 67, 68, and we have this anomaly in our Model Law Plus Arbitration Act, which is Section 69, which is an appeal on a point of law, which is effectively reviewing an arbitral award if there has been an error of law. It is not really widely used, except in certain sectors like maritime. It's pretty much catering for the maritime arbitration sector in England, which is enormous in terms of volume. AA has more arbitrations filings per annum than any others. 1,700 tells.
More than LCI and ICC together.
Exactly. So they are huge in volume. They tend to not be quite as large a volume in disputes, and a lot of them, because in shipping contracts you have very short limitation periods, they will issue an arbitration and then it'll just stay until it either goes stale or settles. But in terms of actually setting aside, there's definitely been an increase in applications. God loves a trier. But unfortunately, in successful setting asides, it is a very, very small percentage. Now, every year, we've got Jonathan Wood here, who is a founding member of the LIDW, the London International Disputes Week, and we normally have a panel discussing set-asides, and I would say maybe, there's always a heated debate as to whether or not we don't set aside enough, whether we're kind of too strict, actually. But again, it makes sense in a contextual, historic perspective, which is that ultimately, this is a view that I certainly am of. I'm not sure everyone in arbitration shares that, but it's a commercial solution. It's not a legal solution, in my view. I had this discussion a few days ago. If you want to get the law exactly, then go to courts. Normally, arbitration is because commercial parties who are in the business of doing whatever it is they're doing want finality, and they just want a decision which is not irrational or ridiculous, and they can live with it and move on and carry on doing their business. Nobody wants to be in a dispute. Commercial parties, they're not equipped for it. They don't want to be doing that. It expends resources, and they don't want that. People want dispute resolution. We have a menu of dispute resolution now with mediation, early neutral evaluation. Every day there's a new ADR being invented by somebody somewhere. MERA, but Arb, whatever it is. And that's because people just, especially commercial parties, you know, most barristers' mortgages have been paid off by people who want to, out of principle, go to courts and win. But commercial parties don't have that investment, that personal investment. They're looking at bottom line, and ultimately, a resolution is ultimately what they want. So if you want finality, then, you know, if the arbitrators have got it slightly wrong, or there's something which isn't abhorrent, they have to live with it. And that's, I think, what English arbitration is built on. And it's certainly what I believe arbitration is.
And what is the French approach in that respect? Yes, challenging
annulment proceedings?
Or annulment proceedings. Do you see a trend towards challenging awards?
I don't think. I think Brazilian tend to. Well, there's a sort of a litigious culture, so no, it's often that they make requests for clarifications that's very specific for Brazilian arbitration. That is not very common in international arbitration with parties that are not Brazilian. Also, yes, setting aside proceedings. It's not often that, because if the arbitration is seated in Paris, they know that Paris courts are very favorable to arbitration. So it will be very improbable that they will achieve the annulment of the award as a result of setting aside proceedings. So, I mean, except in the important cases of violation of international public policy, like corruption cases I just mentioned to you, the Bellocon case. This is something that is, the French legal order cherishes. It seems from the decisions, all the sequence of decisions of the Court of Appeal and also the Court of Cassation, to protect the system against incorporating into their own legal order a decision that's aberrant and against public policy. But these are exceptional cases. And in Brazil, I think that courts are very also. I mean, what I've been seeing so far is that Brazilian courts are very reluctant to annul an award, and there are limited grounds, as you see from the arbitration law, that for setting aside an award.
I just want to add something, not to be that you don't get me wrong. I didn't say, and it's also not true to say that.
Too late, Peter.
Too late. To Brazil.
Sorry.
That Brazilian courts annul a lot of awards. This is not the problem. In fact, as our colleague, a judge of the first instance in Sao Paulo, Andrea Galhardo Palma, found out in a research, the percentage is low, but the structure of the annulment proceeding that I described offers the opportunity to kick the can down the road eventually.
If I may just plug something, Andrea is also a fellow of CIARB, hence very wise decisions.
Exactly, and then if it's combined with the suspension of execution, you have this issue of kick the can down the road. So it's not about the absolute percentage of annulment. This is just like I would say in France or maybe in Germany, a little bit higher, but not significantly than in Switzerland eventually. But that's not the issue. The problem is just timing. So that's to get things right.
If I may give an example of annulment proceedings in Brazil, they are that show the very high level of sophistication of Brazilian courts. One case that my Brazilian colleagues know is Martin Patterson, and it's annulment proceedings brought before the courts of the state of São Paulo. And in this case, there was an arbitration founded on a share purchase. Sorry, there was Yes, the dispute in Martin Patterson arose from a share purchase agreement, as I was saying, by which GTI, a subsidiary of the airline Go, purchased VRG. That VRG is related to a very famous airline that went bankrupt, that's Varig. The sellers were indirect subsidiaries of the funds Martin Patterson. GTI started arbitration against the funds and their controlling companies, alleging that they had been induced into error as to the value of VRG. GTI argued in the arbitration that the funds were liable as the alter ego of the sellers. While the arbitral tribunal rejected the alter ego argument, it found that the funds had consented to arbitrate by signing an amendment to the share purchase agreement on the non-compete obligation. And the tribunal then ordered the funds and the sellers to pay damages to compensate the overvalued purchase price. So in the annulment proceedings, the São Paulo Court of Appeal found that the amendment on the non-compete obligations signed by the funds was clear, that they had adhered to the contract obligations, including the arbitration agreement. So it refused to annul the award. In that case, and again, there's another case I must disclose. I acted as counsel and also in the annulment proceedings against the other party that sought annulment of the award. This is the Imbra. It's all a very complex. Again, involving corporate law, very common share purchase agreements in foreign investors or domestic investors. And in this case, the arbitration was founded on a share purchase agreement between the founders of Imbra and the buyer companies of GP Group, the shareholders agreement, and the bylaws of the company. The controlling companies of the buyers sought to set aside the award, arguing that they were not bound by the arbitration agreement under the share purchase agreement, and that the arbitral tribunal's constitution was in breach of the equality principle to choose the arbitrators, in addition to another ground that is not relevant here. Referring to Article 4 of the Brazilian Arbitration Act, the court confirmed the first instance decision, so it refused to annul the award again, holding that GP's conduct, the buyers, during the contract negotiation and performance, in addition to a letter of guarantee signed by the controlling shareholder, made it clear that the JP Group controlling companies were bound to arbitrate. So they refused to intervene and to annul and to review, or sort of, they had to review sort of, because to confirm the decision of the arbitral tribunal. But as you see, there's a very high level of sophistication in discussing multi-party arbitration and group companies doctrine. So you will see that it's very impressive, what the Brazilian judiciary has done.
And this is something I would stress. We mentioned Justice Andrea Palma, who's a fellow with the FCIR, and as a lawyer in São Paulo, as that I've seen an enormous effort from the judiciary to get involved in the arbitration community, learn, and we are seeing indeed very sophisticated, highly sophisticated indeed decisions from lower courts, Court of Appeal, and STJ is definitely something that we should look at as a light and a breath of fresh air in the Brazilian judiciary. Now, Frederico, what would be your advice to an English client who's thinking about getting involved in arbitration in Brazil?
Pick me.
Right.
That would be it's not my best and free advice to begin with. I mean, this. Where do you seat it? I mean, that's such a difficult question because, of course, a seat of an arbitration is beneficial to certain characteristics, and you never know what the dispute's going to be about. So there's a lot of discussion about where to seat it. Of course, you want to seat it somewhere that's not going to interfere with arbitration, where courts are proactively not supportive or even supervisory, but actually interfere. I don't think there's an issue in Brazil or London or New York or Hong Kong or any of the regular seats. We have these traditional, what we tend to term over here as arbitration-friendly seats, That's widening. You know, we have a lot of seats around the world, like Singapore, like Malaysia, like Lagos, lots of emerging markets which have very reliable infrastructure, which is what all of today's been about sort of disclosing that Brazil does have a good arbitration infrastructure. And especially in Latin America, Brazil being a prime example of that, because there's such volume of arbitration domestically, there has to be a proper functioning infrastructure. So, you know, I think you have to consider what you want to consider commercially, and I think most commercial parties do that. No commercial parties negotiating contracts give that much thought to the arbitration clause or the dispute resolution clause. It tends to be a bit of an afterthought. After spending weeks or months negotiating the commercial terms, nobody wants to get into another dispute about, you know, where it's going to be. And so it ends up being a compromise. I see a lot of English law being applied where possible in contracts with parties in Brazil, even when it's Brazilian and Brazilian parties. I see a lot of Brazilian and other Latin American parties. That's not always possible because sometimes regulations, especially with state entities, may demand either Brazilian law to apply or for it to be seated in Brazil or for it to be in Portuguese. But I don't think it makes any difference, really. Certainly in terms of timing, which is what Peter's touched on, parties tend to prefer arbitration because, you know, we complain arbitration used to be quicker, cheaper, whatever it was. That's certainly not the case in England, I would say. Arbitrations are probably, litigations are probably just as costly, and arbitrations are just as costly. And unfortunately, we may have lawyerized arbitration to the extent that it's just as costly, and there are just as many lawyers involved in arbitration as there is litigation, and that increases the costs, increases quality, but it also increases costs. But I'd say certainly from a timing perspective, it generally is, in Latin America as a whole, not just Brazil, quicker potentially to arbitrate than to litigate, just because of the finality point.
Same question to you.
Could you please, sorry, what exactly the question? I mean, because he made them various comments.
What advice would you give to a not so wealthy client, French client who wants to get involved in arbitration in Brazil?
Not very wealthy client.
Yeah, because
yes.
somebody who's not
yes,
prepared to pay your fees.
I would probably have like one arbitrator, like a sole arbitrator rather than a tribunal, because of course, as you know, I mean, if you have 3 members they will be remunerated, and the president normally will earn 30%, a little bit more than the co-arbitrators, and then you'll have like sums depending on the, I mean, arbitral institutions that apply different types of fee schedule, but often it's based on the, well, depending on the amount of the case, but often it can be, it's progressively higher depending on the amount in dispute. And the ICC also works like that. Of course, there's a minimum, and then sometimes when it's like very little value amount in dispute, then perhaps you have a fixed fee, or you have like fees per year. It depends on the arbitral institution. One can't say, speak for it in general terms like that. But I would definitely recommend having a sole arbitrator, and finding a very good arbitrator, because when you have a 3-member tribunal, you have some balance. You know, I often work as a secretary to a president. I have like 8 proceedings. As I'm a secretary, administrative secretary of Yves de Hans. That's the person I work with, and I can see that it's crucial to have like a very good president. That's I mean, in terms of strategy, if you want to have finality, you want to solve a dispute, we make sure you have an excellent president. That will make sure that the proceedings will go and run smoothly, and will sort out any procedural incidents along the way. Also, if you have a sole arbitrator, then you want to make even more sure that you have an excellent arbitrator that will be a professional arbitrator, and I should quote Yves de Hans, a professional arbitrator means that it has he or she would have the courage to decide, and that he can keep the trust of the parties along the whole process, and also be available. And that's one thing that is essential, because if the arbitrator has no availability, then he won't be able to devote himself and concentrate on your case, and you won't be having a decision quickly. That's what I would recommend.
And Peter, what advice would you give to?
Well, I agree with Anna. Cost-wise, on the sole arbitrator choice, the problem in practice in Brazil is that we have mentioned this before. There is a very strong litigation culture, and as a former vice president of the largest Brazilian arbitration institution, I saw that parties rarely can agree on a sole arbitrator. So at the end of the day, it will be the institution who appoints the sole arbitrator. This is the downside. Cost-wise, it makes sense. And it's also not so well accepted yet in Brazil. As I said before, Brazilians also do not accept a monocratic decision of one single judge in the courts. They want always a tribunal to decide. So that's a little bit culture-wise, I think, and I'm starting to speak Portuguese, an issue. But what I think, what is important, and Federico mentioned this in the beginning, if you seek arbitration in Brazil and you want international arbitration, you must write this down in your arbitration clause. IBA rules are applicable and all these things. Otherwise, you will have a domestic arbitration. And last but not least, I would like to touch upon an issue which I think is very much important for investors. The essence of deal making is risk allocation. And Brazil, and also if you not only have to think about arbitration or not arbitration, inside, outside Brazil, you also have to think about the choice of law. And the choice of law issue, there we have very good news, in my opinion. The legislator adopted in 2019 some amendments in the civil code, and I distributed a handout with the respective norms. And these articles, well, let's put it this way. Brazil used to have, until 2002, a very liberal commercial code that dated back to 1850, more than 50 years before the first civil force. This code was revoked in 2002 when the new civil code came into force. This civil code was very much influenced by the consumer code of 1989. So you can imagine it was more paternalist. And commercial contracts became subject to this 2002 code. The STJ, especially the Chamber of Justice Cueva and his colleague Sanseverino, emphasized that commercial contracts should be interpreted differently than ordinary contracts or consumer contracts. But there are some scholars that have a different idea of contracts. So pacta sunt servanda was a little bit, didn't have the force it used to have. But this also happened here at the times when in the 70s, 80s, when some justices weakened the formalist approach of English law, and then in the recent years under Lord Neuberger it was strengthened again. And we have a similar development in the US with the neo-formalist movement emphasizing written contracts, and in Brazil in 2019 the legislator adopted an act that has a little bit of a sketchy title, the Declaration of Economic Freedom, and subject to, or according to this act, you can draft contract interpretation rules, and you should do that. And you should also declare that a certain clause is a clause of risk allocation. Because if a clause is considered as a risk allocation, according to at least Article 241A, the courts cannot change it or should not change it. Arbitrators will respect this definitely. We're pretty much sure the STJ as well. But in arbitration, maybe you have more security. And very interesting, especially, I will not speak much about that because we have here the greatest specialist of administrative contracts, and his partner is an extremely famous guy in this area. We also have a very smart, even better risk allocation article in the new law on public procurement or bidding law and administrative contracts. It's Article 113, you will find it in the handout, which also strengthens the binding force of risk allocation clauses in contracts with the public administration. So today, since 2019, I would recommend to choose Brazilian contract law. Before, I honestly had some doubts. I wouldn't recommend for the same reasons German law. I would always choose Swiss contract law, honestly, and which is also the choice according to the ICC statistics under all civil laws.
They're all wrong.
Yes, of course, the English law is the best, but especially if we are in London. But sometimes it's not possible, and it's very hard to negotiate in Brazil a foreign substantive law. So, I mean, it's better to draft smart contracts, I think, in order to resolve this issue. Please.
So this is very interesting that you say, because one of the answers that I got when during the interviews that I told you, related to the type of arbitrator that were indicated by the public attorney. Most of them told me that they would prefer contractualist, commercial arbitrator, and not an administrative arbitrator. Exactly because of that, because they trust so much the contracts that they draft, that they want the contract to be seen and not.
Well, I fully agree. Appoint me.
So that is the contribution.
Fascinating.
A very English approach, might I add.
Yeah.
Totally.
You know that they have the power. The power is under their, it's on their hands.
Yeah, why do you spend hundreds of thousands in transaction lawyers' fees if at the end of the day your contract is not held up?
Yeah,
I mean,
not in the laws, and it's in the contract. So they draft a contract, and they want to see the contract to be
enforced. Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly. If you don't want that risk, then choose English law, and then you could pick someone like me or Jonathan to sit on your arbitrator panel, or Andrea or Felipe, all the others here, and you'll get that.
But serious irregularity.
Yeah, but the percentages are so low, and if you do make a challenge, you get and lose, knowing what the percentages are, you get whacked in costs. So if you're properly advising the client, I know Fred would and I would, you would tell them, okay, you can make these challenges, but your percentage chances are extremely low, and if you lose, you will suffer the costs, and they can be swingy. So, you know, it doesn't happen. There's a thing. The Chinese love doing it. Once they've done it, in the maritime sector in particular, they love doing it, but once they've done it, they never do it again. Once bitten, twice shy.
I mean, just to maybe to give you some comfort. I mean, just yesterday I received a decision handed down by Justice Cueva, where he wrote, "O contrato faz lei entre as partes." The contract produces law between the parties. This is a sentence that used to be written down in the French civil reform of 2016. They erased this sentence, unfortunately, but it shows that the STJ values party autonomy and pacta sunt servanda high. So I think higher maybe than in the new French civil code.
This is like an opening act to Justice Cuevas. I'm very proud. It feels like I can understand the band that will be opening a Beatles show or something to that effect. We are running out of time, so I would invite Federico for your final comments. And would you agree we should have an optimistic feeling towards arbitration in Brazil?
Yeah, absolutely. From my point of view, I've been involved for not so many years. I'm probably the least experienced with Brazilian arbitrations out of the incoming parties and all the panels today. But I've been very encouraged by what I have seen in Brazil. It's a learning curve. Culturally, it's very different. Getting to grips with civil law is very different. I remember having an application about a preliminary issue as to whether or not a party could be added on the doctrine of group of companies, and I thought to myself, no, but Brazilian law applies, so therefore you have to be open-minded about these things. And so, you know, there's a lot of alien concepts to me as a common lawyer, but it's been incredibly interesting, and as we, the United Kingdom, have departed from the EU and have now a pretty pure common law system again, without EU law technically, then we're going to find ourselves being involved in European matters as well, and so I think it can only enrich our practice. And let's face it, most of the world is still actually governed by civil law rather than common law. Some people take a long time for the penny to drop, Tornico, but nonetheless, I mean, the growth, you know, my practice has been growing year upon year in Brazil, and as I finally make Brazilian lawyers understand what a barrister is, they seem to be instructing me more frequently. So I see a huge growth area for Brazil, and also a massive move towards internationalization. You know, the Chartered Institute opening a branch there is proof of that. ICC opening an office there is a proof of that, and that's the direction of travel. So a lot more parity globally, I think.
Brilliant. And what is your view? Would you agree we're having an optimistic feeling towards arbitration future in Brazil? And
yeah, I think
what are your final remarks?
Yes, as I would say that, well, you know, the Brazilian Arbitration Act is from 1996, but I would say that in the last 20 years, let's say 2000, when the act was, constitutionality was confirmed, until today, I mean, in the last 20 years, arbitration flourished, and the level of sophistication, as I mentioned, by the judicial courts is very, it's remarkable, in my opinion, and the trend is to continue, so.
I agree with you, especially in two areas, in my opinion, or maybe even three areas. Well, first, one was discussed extensively, it's the public sector arbitration, simply because there are so many concession agreements, and many activities, economic activities, you need some kind of government concession in Brazil, much more than in the UK or even in European countries. The agencies are much more important, and that's a growing field. Then, something we didn't mention, the Brazilian Stock Exchange introduced in 2001, upon a reform of their listing agreements, mandatory stock corporation arbitration in the two top listing segments, Novo Mercado and Nível 2. Together, 170 listed companies have standardized arbitration clauses in their bylaws. And if they which only once, for the time being, they would have to leave these listing segments because they wouldn't fulfill anymore the listing requirements. So this is naturally producing cases. These cases
are also a challenge in this moment. I have not the time to speak about that, but definitely the challenge must be solved because the clauses are there. It's just the normative force of the facts, as Jelinek said. And last but not least, upon the reform of the insolvency law, the legislator clarified that in recovery and insolvency proceedings, you can also have arbitration to a large extent, and that is a growing field. There, I think fast track or emergency arbitration is an important issue because you don't have time in recovery proceedings. We have here one of the major specialists in recovery and insolvency proceedings sitting in the last row, maybe if he wants to jump in. But there are also some issues to be resolved, I think, because it's clear in every market that is growing fast over 15 years, you have a consolidation phase. And eventually we are in such a phase. So, and in internationalization, CIAB, broader pool of arbitrators is the way forward.
One thing that's very specific to Brazil is the growing number of class arbitrations in corporate matters, which is something a bit special of Brazil. In the US, of course, it's statutory, mandatory class litigation, not arbitration. But I end here. Thank you.
I should ask if any remarks, anyone at this point? Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed. And what do I do now?
I think we're moving straight on to...
We're moving straight on to
unless
our main event?
Yes, our main event.
doutor aqui direito, né? Mesmo em São Paulo e Rio.
Mesmo São Paulo e Rio. São Paulo é um pouco mais civilizado, são 3 juízes só, e eles são um pouco mais civilizados.
A vara especializada.
No Rio, mesmo com vara especializada, eles dão a caneta.
Escopo é limpo, né?
É solto.
Deve ter uma pessoa que fala inglês. Fala inglês, só.
Eu acho que tem, gente.
Que é esse cara da esquerda. Esse
Acho que
cara da
aquela
esquerda. Me deu esse livro dela. Sobre. Ela é mediadora.
So let's start. Is it okay? Let's start. My name is Flavio Galdino. I'm a lawyer and a professor in Brazil. It's my pleasure to be here to introduce Mr. Cueva, Justice from the Brazilian Superior Court of Justice. I'm honored by the invitation of Napoleon, Cesar, and Federico, the Gatehouse Chambers representative. I'm very honored to present Mr. Cueva. As has been said before, and Mr. Cueva will reinforce here, Brazilian courts have been different to arbitration. It has been not a long journey. It has been a short journey since 2001. I mean, 20 years of arbitration practice, as Luis mentioned before. But Mr. Cueva's presentation, the highest court in Brazil for this matter, which we truly represent here, is working to make arbitration valuable in Brazil. He will be able to show you many decisions the court rendered and that he participated in that are very useful to show, as Luis said again, that we have a safe environment for arbitration in Brazil. I have two or three remarks to introduce the theme for Mr. Cueva. And most of them have been touched by Peter's presentation here and from other participants' presentation. One, and that's the main reason to hear what Mr. Cueva has to say, is we have a different system regarding, mainly the Brazilians know, but I believe that at this time everybody knows that we have a different concept on international arbitration in Brazil, or domestic arbitration in Brazil. But for many years as a lawyer, and I graduated when the Arbitration Act was enacted, and so I'm practicing arbitration for 25 years, and I've been teaching arbitration for almost 20 years now. And I usually said that it is interesting, Brazilian arbitration, the domestic arbitration, because it's easiest to enforce it. It's a more expedite way to enforce the decision. After some time, perhaps, Peter, I understand that it's more interesting to have a foreign arbitration and to enforce it after using the Superior Court of Justice procedure. I think it's faster, as you mentioned. but it's cheaper and it's safer. And I think that Mr. Cueva will demonstrate it to you. Under Brazilian standards, we have many different courts. We have state courts, we have federal courts. We do not have local as municipal courts, but we have, and we have courts of appeals for both state and federal courts. But we have one-third level of jurisdiction in Brazil, which is the Superior Court of Justice. It's for the German student, it's urgent matters and annulments and arbitration decisions. And I'm not biased because my wife is a judge in charge of eventually taking care of annulments of arbitrations, but it's much more safer and cheaper to appear before the Superior Court of Justice, and Mr. Cueva will show it to you, than to use the lower courts in Brazil for many reasons, besides timing that Peter mentioned to you. There are some points of attention to take care with when you decide to use Brazilian arbitration, such as the challenging system that has been mentioned here before, because the Brazilian courts, including the Superior Court of Justice, is not on Mr. Cueva's presentation, but the Brazilian courts usually applies the Brazilian standards for challenging judges to arbitrators. It's probably the main problem about annulments of arbitrations in Brazil. It's challenging arbitrators. The duty of revelation and other third-party funding and other questions are very new to the Brazilian court, so it's a very broad understanding. Challenging for arbitrators, and there are other aspects like the Court of Accounts that Mrs. Natasha mentioned, which is it's not possible to explain it to a foreign client. I decided not to try anymore to explain how the Court of Accounts work in Brazil because it's not possible for a rational person to understand it. So, but even though we have this. Some of these special features of Brazilian legal system and Brazilian arbitration system, it's a safe environment, and I think that the best person to tell you about the arbitration system in Brazil is Mr. Cueva, alongside with many other very respected and prepared judges. Mr. Cueva holds a master's degree from Harvard, PhD degree from Frankfurt. He speaks many languages, and he's a professor also. It's common in Brazil. It's probably not very common in every jurisdiction, but it's common in Brazil that judges and lawyers are professors as well. But it's not that common that we have a very prepared professor being in the highest court of the country. So we might have here a very unique experience of learning arbitration system in Brazil from a person that can teach as a professor and can also judge and has rendered many regarding this specific matter. So he is the living proof that we have a safe environment for arbitration. Mr. Cueva, it's an honor. Please.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted. I'm delighted to be here. It's such a nice environment. I learned a lot this afternoon, and I'd like to thank the hosts, Apex, and everybody who helped put together this beautiful and important event. This is indeed a remarkable evolution of arbitration in Brazil. In the last 20 years, we've seen an institute that was not used at all. When I graduated, for example, at the University of São Paulo in 1984, arbitration was a summer night's dream. Nobody really believed in arbitration. All the previous stories of big arbitrations were failures, were tragic stories. There was the caso Laje, for example, and several others. And nobody really believed in arbitration when finally the Brazilian Arbitration Act was enacted in 1996. But when the Supreme Court declared it was constitutional, then it really picked up quickly and established itself of the business practices in Brazil, and has been widely used even in the public sector, something that people didn't believe in either. In 2015, there was a reform in the Arbitration Act, which helped establish this subsystem of arbitration in Brazil. Public bodies are also allowed to have an arbitration procedure, and this has been working remarkably well. We used to say in the STJ, the Superior Court of Justice, that every day we light a candle in the altar of arbitration, because in spite of the growing number of challenges to arbitration in Brazil, every single important case of arbitration in Brazil winds up one way or the other in our court. But we consistently have upheld all the proceedings in the arbitration cases, with a few exceptions. I think Peter already mentioned a few cases, and I'll try to convey here what has been done in our court in the last 20 years, even before the Arbitration Act, how it developed. As I said, well, the Arbitration Act was a major starting point. Then there was a major amendment in 2015. The initial skepticism of practitioners and judges, there was a certain distrust on the possibility of this being enforceable, because our previous standards of judicial review regarding arbitration were simply too wide. Everything was challenged. It was quite easy to nullify an arbitral proceeding. This changed radically, and as everybody said here, I agree too. I think another point of inflection was the constitutional amendment in 2004 that transferred to our court this jurisdiction in foreign arbitral awards. This was done before by the Supreme Court, and we, in 2004, started to recognize foreign arbitral awards. This is done by a special body within the court, special chamber called Corte Especial, where only the 15 most senior members of the court decide. Even though I'm at the court for 11 years, I'm not still there. I'm not one of the 15 most senior members of the court. Even before the enactment of the Brazilian Arbitration Act, there were a few cases that were quite relevant in establishing a few concepts regarding arbitration. I brought a few cases here. Regarding the prevalence of merits over formal requirements, of the impossibility of the judicial power to intervene in the merits of the arbitral award, and as I said, the STJ has been developing, we could even call a conceptual case law. We've been practically deciding cases that establish a few concepts, landmarks concepts, which have been consistently observed. For example, the competence principle has been observed invariably in all the cases where there are challenges to awards. In a landmark case, we decided that it was also possible to have a conflict of jurisdiction between the arbitral tribunal and state courts, something that was inconceivable before. I think this decision was reached in 2015 or 16, if I'm not mistaken, and this has been quite important in deciding a few quite important cases. One of the cases always mentioned, probably today here as well, was the case involving Petrobras and a major arbitration involving the recovery of bribes paid in the context of the Lava Jato operation. And the decision was quite controversial in the sense that it somehow did not admit that the major shareholder, the federal union, would take part in that proceeding because there was no law authorizing the use of arbitration when the facts occurred. So, because the amendment to the Brazilian Arbitration Act was only afterwards in 2015. There were a few cases as well as the possibility of the arbitral to reach provisional measures, which have been observed in many other cases. The commencement of arbitration as well was defined in an important case. Differences about the reference agreement to arbitration, valid entered, and a complete arbitration agreement was also object of discussion. The concept of res judicata as well, and concerning international arbitration, there was also a question of a decision that concluded that the control should be restricted to the formal aspects of the recognition and enforcement of a foreign arbitral award without examining the merits of the decision. I think it was also mentioned here today, the validity of a foreign arbitral award on employment issues, something that in Brazil we do not admit because it would be a violation of a public policy or public order, but even though it was upheld. There are several huge body of decisions that I think it's not wise to go through now because most fundamental things were said here today. A few important decisions should be mentioned, though. For example, one regarding the existence of an identical demand in Brazil does not prevent the recognition of a foreign arbitral award. Another regarding the partial recognition and enforcement of a foreign arbitral award in light of the res judicata effects having occurred previously in Brazil, and the recognition and enforcement of a foreign arbitral award makes res judicata in the country. One important case that is always remembered is the Abengoa case. I think it was remembered here today. It involved the supposed partiality of an arbiter in the U.S., even after an American court decided that it was not to be accepted this challenge. The adjudicator's requirement of impartiality applies to arbitration, and a failure to observe, to disclose all the information may result in direct violation of national public policy, allowing the court, to review the matter regardless of a previous decision rendered by a foreign court on the same matter. I think this has been criticized by a few legal scholars, but still was an example of how it is important for the STJ to find a point of equilibrium between this unconditional support to the Arbitration Act and to the Arbitration International Standards and our public order. To sum up, I guess, there were, like the Abengoa case and the Petrobras case, a few cases where we concluded that it was the case to nullify an arbitral proceeding. In 95% plus of the cases brought before the court, though we have, as I said, kept most of the cases intact. I think over the years, the number of arbitration cases judged by the STJ has been increasing considerably, and even though we have done our best to prevent nullification cases, the number of cases tend to grow, as Peter just said, because one of the subsystems of our arbitral system, if you can say so, is not complete yet, is the class actions in corporate matters. Recently, I think last week, one of my colleagues of the second panel of the court, which deals with private law, decided a conflict of jurisdiction between two arbitral tribunals involving an issue of minority shareholders, which commenced a proceeding, and one of another proceeding started by the controlling party of the company. And our court was called upon to decide which tribunal should prevail upon the other. Of course, there is a major debate now among corporate lawyers if this decision might somehow compromise the rights of minority shareholders, as long as it implies that the controlling shareholder could kill a class action. So this is something that is debate. It should be legislated possibly in the near future in order to prevent avoidable problems that are going to arise in the foreseeable future. As Peter said, we have around 170 listed companies, and they all have this statutory arbitration clause, which is standardized and does not have all the required elements to prevent litigation and claims that unfairness. But so far, I think the STJ, the Superior Court of Justice, has been very consistent in its faith in arbitration. I tend to say faith because we really receive cases of challenges to arbitral proceedings that keep coming and keep coming, one after the other, and we consistently, I remember just very, very few cases where we as a court, decided against the arbitral proceeding. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm open to questions.
I believe I should open for remarks. With the first one, this decision of last week was very interesting because a few years, as mentioned in your presentation, the Superior Court decided that there could be a conflict of jurisdiction between a court and an arbitral panel. Now, the court accepted the conflict of jurisdiction between panels of arbitrators and decided it. So it's a very, and the Brazilian system for conflict of jurisdiction, obviously I do not know the all of the others, but it's highly sophisticated and presumably better than many others, such in Italy or US and many places, and it's in charge of the Superior Court of Justice as well to solve conflicts of jurisdiction. Please, it's open to your remarks here.
I'll ask a question. So you receive application or petition and petition and petition. Do you have costs follow the event? In other words, if the same party keeps trying and trying to annul, can you award costs against that party as a disincentive to keep on trying, as we have here in England?
Unfortunately not. I think we have the legal fees have increased over the years, especially the new civil procedure codes for 2015, not so new, has a provision that allows us to impose honorários recursais, appeal, special fees, shifting fees on the appeal level. But it's a marginal increase. It's not that big that would provide for a real incentive not to litigate. I guess it should be, we should have some sort of provision that would allow us to establish that kind of penalty, but we don't have that, except for the legal fees. And
the costs are not that expensive in Brazil, the cost for the litigation itself.
Litigation is quite cheaper than here, especially, well, it's for several reasons. The fees that you have to pay for the state courts are quite modest, and then we don't have discovery in Brazil, so it's not as expensive as here.
You don't have necessarily discovered like in the USA.
Right. In a case like that, you wouldn't have discovery, right?
Not in many.
Yeah.
Not in the Americas.
But I mean, in a few systems require, for example, a deposit of an amount, a reasonable amount, before you enter or before you appeal to a higher court. We don't have the higher labor court.
Any other remarks? Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I think the Brazilian arbitration law was written in 1996, which is also when, coincidentally, the Indian Act was written and the English Act. And both the Indian and English Acts have been, well, the Indian Act has been revised twice now, and the English Act is currently under process of revision, which may or may not complete. They may leave it as it is. There's a lot of discussion about that at the moment. I just wondered what your thoughts were for the Brazilian law in today's world and whether it's still fit for purpose. You mentioned a couple of revisions that have already happened, but are we now at a point now, 26 years on from the date when it was introduced, where there needs to be a wholesale revision of the Act in light of the modern world?
No, I don't see the need to do another revision right now. I think, except for a few, I mean, we probably would need to amend corporate law in order to have a few more provisions to complete these subsystems of corporate arbitral litigation, which might be quite dangerous. You might endanger the rights of minority shareholders and the rights of third parties if you don't have the right provisions in the law. And as we were speaking now, in this case, recently decided, we had to decide because the tribunal, the arbitral tribunal, did not have a special provision for this kind of conflict of two panels. And but I think the relevance of arbitration in Brazil can be measured in the legislator, when created the new Civil Procedure Code, created new instruments that are found maybe only in Brazil, like the Carta Arbitral, the arbitral letter, which entitles the arbiter or the arbitral tribunal to request a state court to order something specific, right? And we have a few provisions in the code which also create some sort of conventional clauses in contracts that allow the parties to freely negotiate their duties in the course of a judicial. It's not an arbitral proceeding, but it allows the parties to have more procedural flexibility, even if, for example, if the judge agrees with their agreement, the parties' agreement, to fix a timeline for the case. So this might be a very, very positive competition to arbitration as well. Right? Might be a way of making arbitration even more efficient than it is today.
Hi, sorry.
Oh, please.
Okay, it's Eva Nogueira from Angola. And taking upon the topic of disincentives to relitigation or chasing the annulments. For instance, in the Angolan law, we have something that might be very similar in Brazil, that is the litigation for bad faith, if we can say, which is something that, as counsels, we can raise that issue in every litigation. But if someone is chasing, the annulment, and he has staged to do it in several places, try to apply these kind of measures wouldn't be like a violation of the principle of access to justice, because ultimately that's what they might be chasing.
Well, litigation de má fé, right? I mean, this kind of penalty in theory exists in our. I mean, we could in theory apply a penalty for litigation de má fé, to litigate in bad faith, but nobody does that in Brazil. It's an old-fashioned concept. There were a few scholars like Menezes Cordeiro in Portugal who created a whole doctrine about bringing this litigation in bad faith to our times, to using the concept of objective good faith, Treue und Glaube, the German concept of good faith, to effectively prevent people from having a predatory relationship with the judicial system, right? But still, nobody does that. We don't have punitive damages either in Brazil, so maybe we should. Maybe we should have punitive damages for that. But I guess legislators are afraid of creating too much discretion to judges. we don't have as much discretion as a common law judge, I guess. So the systems work differently. We are more bound to statutes, even though people might disagree. But the judicial activism in Brazil is increasing.
Well, I'll let you into a secret here, which is we have a thing in England called litigation. It's very rare that the courts, it has to be really vexatious. People don't raise it very often. But the Chartered Institute has been subject to a claim by a vexatious litigant. He's a lunatic. And he claimed trillions of dollars in damages against us. And we have had, these proceedings brought against him, and we have had to get an order against him to stop him keep on suing us. He didn't like what the arbitrator did, and we had nothing to do with the arbitrator. I mean, he was just a member of the institution, so there was no foundation for this lunatic claim. But on a very rarely, we had to apply for this court order to stop him litigating. If he keeps on doing it, he'll go to prison. But this is something we as an institution have been subjected to, and we got the court order about 2 days ago. So it's very fresh. So there's my little secret. It does happen.
It does happen
Yeah,
sometimes.
it's very rare in Brazil to have anti-suit or anti-arbitration order. It's very rare. It's possible, theoretically speaking, but it's very rare. Please.
Justice Cueva, thank you for your presentation. My question is a more, I'd say, trying to piggyback on what was said about the future of arbitration in Brazil. So one thing that I think stood out for me in the previous presentations is essentially arbitration in Brazil has no clear definition of when it's international or when it's domestic. It feels much more like it's just because of the seat. And then when you compare to that to the systems here in England and also France, for example, the judges make a clear distinction that a different set of principles would apply to domestic and a different set of principles would apply to international arbitrations. Do you feel that your court or the legal system in Brazil will move towards that, or practice will remain a more catch-all, catch-22 for all types of different disputes relating to domestic disputes or with an international element?
Yeah, I think this has not been a major problem as I see, at least in our system. You have to understand it's quite new in Brazil. It's 20 plus years. So we're establishing the institutions of arbitration in Brazil. We're still in the first generation of practitioners, right? The founders of arbitration in Brazil are still working very actively, very positively, and things are going to evolve according to the needs. Maybe now, if we really go to a major phase of economic growth, as we expect, maybe we will require we will need some more standards of arbitration to have really procedures that are comparable to what you find here and everywhere. But so far, so good. It's working. There are problems, as in any place, but they're being solved here and there. And I think the judicial system is dealing with the arbitration in a total hands-off approach. I mean, let them do the work, and except in a few cases where you might find adjustments. But I think it's been working quite well. I wouldn't change the system artificially. I would expect. I would wait for the circumstances to change.
Anyone else? So once again, thank you for Gatehouse for the CR, and thank you, Mr. Cueva, for your participation. I think that we have another speech.
Well, is it work? Yeah, it is. Okay. We have come now to the end of this program. Before I turn to Jane for her closing remarks, I'd like to again thank all of you for staying with us for the whole program and for this active participation and the very interesting discussions that we had today. And it is my pleasure and my honor as chair of the Brazil branch of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. This is probably my last activity as chair after these very exciting 2 years that I had, in which I had the honor to chair the Brazil branch. To introduce to you Jane Gunn. Jane Gunn is president of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators worldwide. She's a renowned mediator and author of a very interesting book that she had. She was kind enough to give me today. She will basically share with us some closing ideas here about the significance of having the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators involved in this initiative of clarifying issues and making information available about Brazil to our partners in many parts of the world. And that's one of the missions of the Chartered Institute, to share information as a global platform that, as Jane will tell you, involves so many people in so many jurisdictions under a very wide structure of volunteer work. So without taking any more time from Jane, Jane, the floor is yours. Thank you.
I might stay standing up. I've been sitting all day, so now I can see you better. My daughter reminded me this morning of a family conflict dispute we used to have every year when we were going on holiday in the car. And we'd be driving typically to France, to the French Alps. And one of my other daughters would look at the gauge on the petrol gauge, and she'd say, "We're less than half in the tank, we need to fill up now, panic, panic." But my husband would let it go down and down until the red light came on and go, "Don't worry, I've got it, it'll be fine." So there's two types of people. There's sort of type A who said, we're less than half, we need to panic. Or are you type B, where you let it run right down and you say, don't worry, it's going to be fine. And this all comes down to risk analysis, doesn't it, really, and how we think about managing risk, and in fact then where you can slot in. We've been talking a bit today about early dispute resolution and dispute boards and how you can fit some of the principles of dispute resolution into business to make it more of an investment, more people are more confident in it. I'm thinking about a client I've been working with this week in terms of a takeover. And really what we're talking about in terms of bringing some of the principles of conflict resolution is its contracts and its conversations and then its culture. And those three things are important to think about. Where do we put some of these principles of conflict resolution? So I've become known in lockdown, or since we went into lockdown, as the barefoot mediator. And there are two reasons for that. One is that I was literally doing all my mediations with no shoes on, and I really enjoyed that. And it's really a nuisance to have to come back to putting boots and shoes on. The other reason was I thought, I want to go back to the essence, to the principles of what I do. Why am I doing what I do? What is the essence of mediation? And how can that make a difference in the world we're operating in now? And one of the things that inspired me to go into mediation was taking part in 1995, so quite some time ago, before I had trained as a mediator, or even heard of mediation, was something called the Tomorrow's Company Inquiry. And it was initiated by a business guru called Charles Handy, together with the RSA, which is the Royal Society of Arts, Manufactures and Commerce. And Charles Handy had asked a question, which was, what is a company for? And how can the company of tomorrow operate at its optimum level? How can it be the best that it's going to be, so that investors feel confident, so that people feel confident to work for the company, and so on? And they found two things were really important. One was what they called the inclusive approach to business. In other words, every single stakeholder in that business matters, not just the shareholders. It would be an interesting approach to Twitter at the moment, wouldn't it, and the takeover bid there. But every stakeholder matters, and therefore the relationship with those stakeholders. The second thing they found was that the adversarial approach to relationships was one of the key things that was holding companies back. So not just disputes, but the way we approach our relationships. And those inspired me to get into mediation. How can we put some of these principles into our companies? So there are three things I want you to think about today. One's, we live in really disruptive times. The second is, how can we instill some of these principles into our organizations? And then sort of what is the role of ADR and the Chartered Institute in the society that we're living in and the times we're living in now? Because we do live in really disruptive times. I don't know about you, but do you wake up at 5 in the morning and go, how are we going, we thought we were going to come out of lockdown, didn't we? And that everything was going back to normal. We thought that was going to happen, but we now seem to have inflation, rampant inflation, that's food shortages, we've still got the environment problems, and I've been really interested to listen today to some of the innovative ideas. I was really fascinated by some of the ideas about the hydrogen fuel, but we've got all these things on the horizon, so I think we're living in a cycle of crises, not just one crisis. And so when we think about business, we've got to think, how do we manage our businesses through these cycles of crises, and what do we need to put in place for the contracts, for the conversations, for the culture to enable us to create the confidence that we need. And then this early dispute resolution. I mean, how can we bring the principles of dispute resolution and embed to our businesses? And one of the people who inspired me hugely was actually another South American lawyer, Elpidio Villarreal. Some of you may have heard of him. He was the general counsel of GE. And he, very early on in his career, working as an in-house counsel, thought, we've got this mass of litigation. Why aren't we resolving some of it earlier? And he put in place across GE a process of early dispute resolution, so that you went into, if anybody had litigation coming in, you had to work out what's the earliest stage at which we could manage that. And also this idea of gateways to think, how do we take conflict at the earliest stage, and maybe we have face-to-face conversation and negotiation, after that, maybe mediation, after that, maybe arbitration, but thinking about, and now we've got all the hybrids that you can build into that, but thinking about, how do we use all of these different skills and bring them in at the right stage, but also make the people within the organization itself, our clients, if you like, responsible and accountable for thinking about when do we use and what is the right type of dispute resolution to use. One of the things I think would be quite interesting for the Chartered Institute to look at is guided choice. How do we guide our clients to make about the type of dispute resolution method that they're going to use, rather than having, automatically going for arbitration or adjudication or mediation? How do we make that choice? How do our clients make that choice? And so the final thing to think about is ADR, as I think is really the skill of the 21st century. It's the thing that everybody needs to know, and I think, as you say in my book is looking at how can we use dispute resolution in our families as well, in society, as well as in the organizations, but in government as well. And there are some skills that we have as dispute resolvers, as mediators and arbitrators, that really fit very nicely into business, and we ought to be promoting. It doesn't just have to be about mediation and arbitration, but thinking about the skills that we have. So, for example, we know how to set up meetings, how to meeting initiation, and design. How do you design a meeting? Those are things that we're good at as being arbitrators and mediators. Issue analysis. We learn how to analyze issues and to think about options. Curiosity and storytelling. That's one of the things I love as a mediator, being curious. I have a note above my desk which says fervent curiosity is important than data analysis, and I think it's absolutely right, being really, really curious. And what about emotional and social intelligence? These are things that we learn as mediators and arbitrators that could sit at the heart of our businesses. So for me, I think the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators is a body of thought leaders. We are thought leaders. We can take the skills that we have, the thoughts that we have. Many of we've been looking at the books that have been written today. How can we take those skills that we have and really help our clients to embed them? How can we embed them in society? I think we at the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators and all of us here today have a huge opportunity to embed some of these principles, to take some of these messages out, to help our clients, to help our societies, to help our economies feel more confident about building tomorrow's company, and therefore a good investment opportunity for everybody. So I think that's where I'd like to finish, really just to say keep your tank topped up if you're type B person. But thanks hugely to Gatehouse Chambers, to BIFx, and this has been just the most amazing event. I really enjoyed coming, meeting everybody. I've done an online event, which was this. It's so different, isn't it, to come back and be in person. So thank you hugely for inviting me. I really enjoyed it, and thank you to everybody for staying on till the end and listening to my words.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane, for all your thoughts, your insights. They certainly make us even more equipped to now go enjoy the drinks reception outside. And so thank you so much. And,
top up your tank.
Yes, top of your tank. Right.